the social heavy done outreach totally.
Good afternoon. The energy in the room is great, and we've had a really good morning, and we're going to continue that path into this afternoon. I want to reconvene the Board of Regents meeting and pass it over to Regent Shetler to start our Strategic Operational Excellence Committee.
Thank you, Regent Schauer, and welcome everyone to the Board of Regents Strategic and Operational Success Committee meeting. Today we have one discussion item, two information items, and two future action items. Our first discussion item will be presented by Vice Provost of Enrollment Management, Sachi Oba. And just before Sachi begins, I just want to say in November, Executive Vice President for Finance and Administration and CFO Leslie Brunelli shared a review of tuition affordability for Washington residents, undergraduate students, and provided information on current tuition cost, available financial aid, impact of fees on total cost, and market competition with other public institutions in the state. As part two to that conversation, today's presentation is focused on WSU's enrollment management. So now I'd like to turn it over to Sachi. Sachi?
Good afternoon. Sorry for that. I'll try to back up here and moderate how I talk to you all. My presentation is on enrollment management, and I have a number of slides, but some of them I'm not going to dwell on too long. We'll move through them. You've had them for a few weeks, and so I'm sure there's some questions you might have on them. I tried to divide up the day into these four items. Some of our long-term planning, some of the principles and the vision that we use to back up how we do the work we do. We'll talk a little about long-term goals and also some short-term goals. So what is the plan for fall 24? How we actually do the work, or how do we actually achieve the goals we're after? And then I'll talk a little about a few things coming up in this year and beyond. So about 2 years ago, we convened a pretty large group. It was from around the system. And the goal was to set in place sort of some pillars we needed for enrollment management. And one of those was, as a system, what would be our vision statement? And so we took weeks, many conversations, many iterations, and we ultimately arrived at this. I'm not going to read it to you, but it captures really well the perspectives from around the system, the sort of the diversity of how people look at enrollment at WSU. Combined with that, we needed some principles, things that we would sort of look back on when we came to loggerheads. We couldn't decide a way forward on something. And so the very next set of exercises we did was designed around developing our guiding principles for enrollment management, again, for the system. And I won't read through them, but I will point out the first one, because the first one is really important to us. And that's that student success is at the center of what we do. And just to editorialize for a minute, sometimes enrollment management is all about numbers. And while we certainly understand it, Leslie's presentation prior really highlights the need for our focus on enrollment and what it does for tuition. But at the end of the day, it's not about numbers. It's about how many students you attract that find success at WSU. So I'm really proud that we did stick with that as our number one guiding principle. We then set about trying to establish some goals at the system level that we could always sort of look back on and see, are we aiming in the right direction overall? This took quite a while. It was a facilitated discussion. We had to bring in one of our partner consultants who worked with us. And then ultimately we had to vote as a system on sort of what would be the priority. And access and affordability in this day and age is the focus. If schools are not looking at that as either their number one or in the top, they're just not paying attention. how people access and afford their education is on everyone's mind, and it certainly was on ours as we work through this. So what is the short-term goal here for WSU? This 4% actually was established in conversations. It started with the president and the provost. It was socialized among all the enrollment managers. We looked at it. We had a couple of different iterations. Should it be overall? Should it be only first year? And then we decided, and we sort of all agreed that it should include transfer and first year students. 4% seemed like a goal we could attain. We still believe we can. And I'm going to show you some numbers as to where we are in relation to that goal right now. But this is sort of the North Star. This is where we're all aimed in the system, a 4% increase in new students. I'm going to show you 3 funnels. I'm not going to dwell on them, but I want to show you sort of the progression of how we got to our target of 4%. So this was last fall. This is actual. We had just under 100,000 inquiries. Those are students who take some action toward WSU. On average, 21% of our students who are inquiries apply to us. We will admit perhaps 8 out of every 10 applicants. We confirm roughly 30% of those admitted students, and then we capture about 83%. That's our enrolled number. And so keep in mind those ratios as we go through this next funnel. So this was the fall that just ended, that we just came out of. First thing you'll notice, we added a considerable number of inquiries, over 25,000. Our applications went up considerably, about 6,000. This is the first year for the Common App. We admitted more students. We confirmed the same percentage, actually the confirmation rate, roughly the same, but it was about 400 more overall. And that was really important for us because our enrollment or our capture rate would be about the same. It resulted in the 4249 you see, which is roughly 6% more for the fall of 23, our first increase in since I've been here and prior to the pandemic. So we take this funnel and we create the targets for 24. So again, we need to increase our inquiry pool. And I'll go through this and I'll tell you where we are in all these areas. We do need to increase our applicant pool slightly. We need to admit about the same number of students. It'll be maybe 1,000 more. Confirmations, we anticipate going up. And then we'll use about the same capture rate to achieve the 4% goal, which is at 4420. So here's where we are today in terms of inquiries. We have 128,000, about 97% of what we thought we needed. That'll grow slightly over the next couple of months. We're at 79% of the applicants we need. That'll grow at 80% of where we are for the goal. We've admitted 66% of the goal. That will continue to increase. And then confirmations, we're at about 34%. Now you may be sitting there thinking, 34% seems low. It's the smallest of all the other areas. It is. Confirmations at this point, though, are often very, very low. So just to give you an example, last year, I think our confirmations were at about 8% above the previous fall. Today, confirmations for the system are up 25% from this time last year. So we feel real comfortable about where confirmations are. We also feel comfortable where the funnel is toward this target. I believe we're on track. We have a lot of work to do, and there's some headwinds that we didn't anticipate. And one of them, quite frankly, is the FAFSA, or the slow rollout of the simplification. And we knew it would be delayed until the end of the month, which causes us then to delay our process of awarding. But now we were just told earlier this week that delay might be extended because the Department of Ed needs to adjust some of the tables they use to make the awards. Their inflation tables are off. They need to use more current ones. So that's a challenge. We'll work through it. all universities, all colleges are in the same boat. Nobody is getting ahead of this. Now, I should have mentioned this and I apologize. Some of the slides I'm talking about are system. Some of them are Pullman. Just about everything I talked about was system up until this point. This too can apply to the system, but it was taken directly out of the admission counselor book for Pullman. But I'll give you an example of things that would convey across the system. All our campuses are interested in increasing their diversity. All of our campuses look for academically prepared students. Now, Pullman may have a more interest in non-residents because of the revenue, but all campuses would attract non-residents. It's just a different share of that. So what do we do to actually increase enrollment and attract students to WSU? The business of enrollment management is still very much high touch, right? It's relationship based. How we talk to students, how we talk to families, how we talk to educators is just that. We talk to them. We still believe face-to-face high school visits, college fairs are how you generate inquiries and how you create the relationships that ultimately lead to enrollment. Now, we use a lot of technology, but on the front end of this, we still get to high schools, we still do college fairs, we still invite people to our campuses. In fact, I'll give you a few examples of sort of how those numbers play out. But technology plays a huge role in how we communicate, how we market to students, collaborating with partners, both internal and external. Nobody gets through this alone in enrollment management. We need the help, faculty, staff, departments, even consultants outside of WSU. All of it drives students to confirmation, ultimately to new Cougar orientation, where we can transition them into WSU. So last year, we had over 1,500 one-on-one meetings, our counselors did. They had 546 high school visits, these are nationwide, and these are Pullman. They went to 444 college fairs across the country. They had 67 admitted sweet and greats. These are programs in which we go to schools, large feeder schools where we've admitted students. We have programs for them and their counselor. The admission counselor brings cupcakes, WSU themed cupcakes. They have a little ceremony. They have a little presentation. And it's just one more way to sort of solidify the relationship between that school, those students, and WSU. We had 24 signing days last year. You know, these would be most familiar to those who follow college athletics, right? A signing day when you sign your letter of intent. We do the same thing, but this is just for admissions. Again, we design a little pomp and ceremony around those signing days and encourage students to participate in that. And then we had 15 application workshops. Just as it sounds, we bring staff into schools, they bring families, students, parents, educators, and we help work through the application or the other processes they need to do for admission and enrollment to WSU. This year, we expanded what we call our instant decision days. And so those are days in which staff, again, go to select schools and they admit students on the spot. They apply and admit them in real time. All told, I believe we will have about 50 such days around the state this year. We added virtual instant decision days this year, which have been very popular. We will have admitted by today, I believe we will have admitted 600 students through our instant decision days. Campus visits. This is Pullman again. All campuses have visits and experience programs. This data is for Pullman only. So the data you see there represents a doubling of visitors to Pullman since 2016. I thought the increase was about 50%. I was corrected a couple of days ago when I was going through this. We've doubled the number of visitors to Pullman since 2016. Admitted student events, Experience WSU. Those are incredibly important to help us confirm students. We might have 500 guests on campus at each program. The goal of those programs for students who haven't confirmed is to have them confirmed by the day. Visits to campus are incredibly helpful, not only to the student, but to families who may have not been to Pullman, not been on campus before. If a student visits us, the chances are they're going to enroll with us. Looking ahead, we do incentivize visits to our campus. We do offer some financial incentives. We believe it'll help students commit to us sooner. We're trying to increase the total number of students allowed at these programs. Once we get to about 450, 500 visitors per program, we are taxing the capacity to serve them, right? We probably can't get them all through the food service in enough time to get them back on a tour. We have probably 40 tour guides, which is about the limit for 450 guests. But we still know we can add a few more, and we're looking at specific breaks, high school breaks in the year, and see if we can encourage participation in those at that time with our programs. Communications and marketing, how we talk to our students and when we talk to them, the frequency and is almost entirely driven through our technology. Right now, we have the ability to track every bit of communication that we send out. We know whether they open our emails, whether they've read what we sent to them. There are times when I'll be asked, somebody will say, my nephew hasn't received anything from Washington State, but they get inundated by other schools. And we can take that name and look in our database, and we can send to that person everything that we've sent to the student. We can even tell them whether or not they've read it or not. So we're really confident that the technology we're using is state of the art. Our system is called Slate CRM. We're trying to expand its use. Some other departments in the university are trying to use it as well. It is something that we are very proud of. We think it helps us a great deal. More on our communications. One of the things that we're trying to do, I mentioned this, is to expand the use of Slate with other departments. But we're running into some challenges there too. We're trying to figure out, best practices. How do we keep those in place? We don't want to inundate students with messages that really aren't relevant to sort of where they are in the funnel. So we're trying to work through all of that. We have a committee that's looking at policy, and we'll make some progress here throughout the spring. I mentioned campus partner collaborations, UMC, our University Recruiting Coordinating Committee, Marketing and Communications. We have a DEI Advisory Board for Enrollment Management. We need a lot of input for all the things we do because it's so complex now. The students, families, schools, and how we talk to them. We need a lot of input. No one person or no 2 or 3 people can sort of know everything they need to. A couple more slides. New Cougar orientation. We drive everything toward that, as I mentioned. One thing we did implement, we think we've introduced more equity into the process. We're really proud of that. We eliminated the actual enrollment deposit. This was preventing students from confirming with us early in the process. Many of them would wait until May. We had students confirm early, but those are students who $200 meant nothing. Then we had many students who would have to wait until May, then pay us $200, then get registered for orientation. And by then, some of the better orientation sessions were filled, so they had to take some that were maybe a little less optimal. They also had to wait for housing at that point. So what you could see is $200 in January prevented them from continuing the process until May. We eliminated the fee. That's why you see this huge increase in confirmations at this point. The fee is now applied during fee payment in the fall. Students can use their federal or state financial aid or even institutional aid to pay that fee. We think that has introduced much more equity into the process. We're going to see how this plays out. This is our first year, and we're watching it carefully. A couple of things on what's next. Partners are incredibly important to us. So we created a partner portal. This is for faculty, staff, departments who say, what does enrollment management send to students that are interested in biology? They can come into the portal. They can see our entire communication plan. They can download the materials, the letters, the texts, the emails that we send. They can see reports on how things are flowing, where the campaign is, what stage. They can ask us questions. They can introduce variables into that we might be able to also add to. It's just a way to add more transparency into the work we do. We also held an Enrollment Management Summit this fall. Our goal was to have about 75 people join us so we could tell them about the things we do. At 300 people, we realized, okay, we're probably onto something here. It was a great 2-day event. People from all over the system participated. We'll do another one. It probably won't be next year, but we'll definitely do another one. And then finally, we're participating in what's called the College Tour. And it used to be called the Amazon College Tour when it started about 4 years ago. I'll explain why it's no longer called the Amazon College Tour in a minute. But the College Tour is a video representation of your institution. Season 12, there are schools as close to us as U of I to as far away as the University of Alaska who've done this. We're really excited about it. We'll do Pullman, a 30-minute episode. Right now, our casting call for student stories is out throughout Pullman. We anticipate getting a number of people that we will have to audition and then pick the stories we're going to use. It could be their story about them, how they got to Pullman, their academic program. We'll also have some sort of traditional information on financial aid and the location, et cetera. But I encourage you to Google the College Tour. You can see episodes for free, which is why it's no longer called the Amazon College Tour, because the proprietors of the program realized one of their goals was to send this message out to as many students as possible. Dawned on them that the only people that could see it are people with an Amazon Prime membership. So it's now on free platforms. They've taken the affiliation of Amazon out of it. It's a standalone site. We have a team in Pullman working on it, and we're really looking forward to it. Filming is in April. They wanted to film in November, and we thought April probably is better for us. So I think that was a wise choice on our part. But we're looking forward to it. We'll have a grand unveiling when it's available. It can be used by other departments. It's not just a recruitment tool. Presidents often use them, boards use them. So we're really excited for that. And with that, I will stop.
Saichi, I just thought it might be worth adding. We thought we would pilot this with the Pullman campus. So I'm working with Saichi's team on that. And then we could extend it to other campuses once we sort of see the data that we get back and figure out if it's a good ROI. So.
Yeah, I think the platform lends itself well to telling the story of a multi-campus system. There are some examples, but yeah, I think you're right, Elizabeth. Let's see how this goes for Pullman and then make some decisions later.
Got a question. How much of what your office does is associated just for Pullman versus the entire enterprise?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I was hired specifically to have both sets of responsibilities, both system and Pullman. I'll be very candid and tell you, I am surprised how much of my time is devoted to Pullman. I would have thought, I was a system officer for almost 20 years. I was very comfortable in a system setting. I would have thought most of my time would be toward the system. It is not. It has not turned out that way. And not that this is how it will be from now on, but I just ended my 3rd year in December, and I would say 75% of my time is focused on Pullman, and roughly 25% or a quarter is on the system. I know that has to change. I have to devote more time. That's something I need to work on. But right now, it's probably 70-30 at best.
Is that because of that the sheer number of students are being recruited to Pullman, or what are there other?
You know, an argument could be made that the lion's share of enrollment is in Pullman, therefore maybe my attention is there. I would say it's more that right now, how we are structured, everybody who has a hand in enrollment management at Pullman is reporting directly to me. On the campus, their reporting lines are different through a vice chancellor for academics or perhaps student affairs. So there's just a little distance there. We try to keep communications open, but I would say it's structurally, and I'm not advocating for any change at all, but I think structurally that adds to why when questions or decisions come up at Pullman, ultimately I will see them or I'll make the decision if it's needed, but not so much at the campus. So I think it's just structural more than anything.
One other question. Is there a way of telling how that funnel looks for our peer universities? And if so, then is there anything that we can learn by looking at their numbers versus ours to find maybe some things that we can consider doing?
Do you mean peers outside of WSU? So
Yes,
Central Eastern
outside of WSU. So, in our peer group or even elsewhere, across the whole academic enterprise, to see, from the context of learning best practices, what seems to work, not that the same thing works one location and not in another, but best practices, lessons learned type of things.
So I would say most of the data I shared is publicly available. And so my sense is we could either cobble it together for some of our peers or just ask them outright if they would share. So I think we could. Would it tell us best practices? Here's where I would hesitate, only in that some of our peer institutions are different from WSU and attract different students. So, maybe at some level, it's not going to be one-to-one. So that would be the first thing I would say. But could we learn something of how they sort of move students from admitted to confirmation? I think that would be a conversation, as long as it, didn't intrude on something that they want to hold really close to the vest. But we kind of do this in general with a couple of our partners who do have access to information that we're talking about. So one of the partners that we have in this effort is called Market View. And so they have clients, and part of the agreement when you go with Market View is the data is anonymized, and they can tell you, okay, in this sector, public four-year research, here's what the funnel looks like at the highest level. We're going to compare WSU to that. So we kind of do that, but it's at a pretty high level. And then we wouldn't know, for example, what the schools in the comparison are doing in particular. Right? That would be something that would not be available to us.
I think your comment of being able to look at the admission and then those that are converted would be, be great if we could. I realize some of it will be considered proprietary, but whatever could be gleaned might be useful.
Saichi, I want to commend you on a really great presentation, and also, what you were working with when you arrived to what you're presenting today is incredibly significant. And the way that you have taken a fairly complex topic and a set of actions and put them into a plan, I just thank you very, very much. From a communications and marketing standpoint, I really appreciate how you've laid this out. I have two questions because the portal is very interesting to me, which I love. And is that something that you could be working with, and are you working with marketing that you could build out things in which your other campuses could not necessarily have to rely every time on you or marketing for materials, where they could go into the portal, pull down what they need for perhaps going to an event that they might be attending on behalf of the university to do recruitment on their own? So you know what I mean? Like a toolbox of things that Tri-Cities, Vancouver, Spokane or Everett might be able to have at their readiness. And then just again, the ongoing monitoring of, where we're at the state level. We have moved, by the way, as of yesterday, to 44th in FAFSA completion. So we were excited to see that. Idaho's still ahead of us. So, which is odd to me, but anyways, so, those are just, I do think we continue to be able to move the needle, and we're doing some good things. And I know personally I'm working with, the Tri-Cities campus on different FAFSA things, as well as like the Spokane campus. So just where are you at on the combining some more marketing components, or are you getting the assistance and support you need in that space as well?
Yeah, I think we are getting the assistance from University Communications and Marketing. I think Phil, Holly, Kara, that team is completely on board with the support of enrollment management. They have both sort of a system effort and also a Pullman effort. So I'm very comfortable in that. I don't know the answer to your question about using the portal as a toolbox. I think that is easily something to look at, and there is collaboration, but that specific, I'll have to go back and ask the team, hey, this seems like something we should consider. It would leverage all the technology we use, which is actually a principle, and it sure seems like something we should at least investigate.
Just giving those campuses a little bit of autonomy and access to some of that versus having to perhaps just be solely dependent on Pullman might help a little bit in that space.
And it does work the other way as well. So Vancouver has done a really good job of talking about financial aid to their students in their community. Like, we will use how they communicate financial aid or how they set up programs for Pullman, for example. So it does work both ways.
What can you tell me about our students of color and how we're doing there?
Yeah, I would say work in progress. We are making gains, I think, in some communities, perhaps not in others. My sense is that WSU has not necessarily moved the needle on African American students. I think Washington as a whole, though, maybe is part of a larger question. My sense is Latinx students, I think we are finding some success in some communities. I think the best sort of indicator of where we're moving is the students that come to us, find success, and then share their stories. I mean, that's in essence how you really attract students who college may not be, they may be first in their family for college, because it's certainly not going to be something that's passed down from grandparents to parents. So I still think it's a work in progress. I would say, I don't have the data right in front of me, but I would say for Latinx students, we're doing better. I'm trying to recall from fall when I did the fall update that we held our own from fall to fall in all categories, including underrepresented, female. I mean, I think we pretty much stayed status quo from the previous year. So,
Is there anything different that we need to be doing, or how do we reach to make a difference?
That's a really good question. I think the first thing we have to come to grips with is, where are we going to find students of color that want to go to WSU? And if we start in the state of Washington, chances are the West Side is where we probably need to spend more time. There are some programs here that we've looked at. They're just cost prohibitive to participate in, quite frankly. One of them is a partnership with Seattle Community College that they've had with the University of Washington for a number of years. We actually looked at it. We traded emails, we traded budgets. We tried to figure out how could we replicate putting a person there that worked the same manner. We couldn't make it work. And so we sort of have put that on hold. But I think that's the first thing is, what markets are you going to go to? And have you identified where they are and exactly how you're going to bring them into Pullman? I think it does. We've done some things that are on a smaller scale. I think I mentioned this before, sort of translating some of our materials. We have a DEI workforce that looks at things. We have some a small budget that was gifted to us through a donor that we use for those sort resources for that group. But ultimately, I think the bigger question is, where are you going to go?
If you don't mind, I just wanted to augment what Saichi is saying, in terms of what could we be doing, or what more could we be doing? We're building on what we're already doing. A number of the regions came to the multicultural student dinner where we had Cash and Vibes and Shaping. Those are student-run programs where in the summer they bring high school students, African American, AAPI, and Latinx. And, some of the students who run those programs came from the same high schools, know some of the same kids, are in the same families, and talk about their own experience, have them fill out the FAFSA or have them work with financial aid, and have them see that they belong. I think that is something, I'm speaking about Pullman right now because that's, the idea that you would go away, live away from your family. For first gen students, especially, they don't necessarily see themselves there. And so getting them to see what college life is like, getting them to hear from colleagues who are close to their age rather than me or Saichi, no offense, Saichi, but they see the white hair and they turn off their ears. And, I think those are the kinds of things, and those are student run. I mean, a number of you contributed to that dinner. Those are the funds they run that program on. And I don't want to commandeer it and say, oh, we're going to take over your programs, because they're doing such an amazing job. But I do want to find a way to do more of that, because that is reaching a lot of students. But the recruitment of those students is much higher than any other program that we do for that group of students. And the retention of those students is also higher than for those underrepresented students. And so that's telling us that those programs are working. And I'd just like to find a way to support and do more of that.
I would just add one thing. College going in general in the state of Washington needs to be a priority of the state of Washington. I know I've shared this before, that when I came to Washington 3 years ago, I was amazed at where we were nationally among the 50 states. And that has we've actually lost ground there. So talking about underserved students is incredibly important, but overall, college going in Washington needs to be state level, executive level priority. So it can't just be the university saying we want you.
Are there other questions for Saichi?
We've got a couple more, John. Go ahead.
Okay.
I had a certain thought it sort of dovetails on it. As well as Enrique's comment. It kind of goes to what the board did this morning as we walked down the hall from the lab. There were young people being taught that they were actually getting to participate. For a moment in time, they were scientists. They were doing research. And I think that is something that we need to build on. When we do marketing, too often we say, here's a brochure or here's a website. Instead of, if I go to a clothing store, they try to get me to try on a suit. And if they get that suit on, my chances of buying it triple or more. I don't walk through a dealer and they don't give me the brochure. They try to give me a test drive, see me in the car. And we don't do enough of letting young people see themselves at that university. And you mentioned visits, and we're limited on hotel space, hosting, and how to get people to see themselves on that campus or experience. That's got to be our, and we're not going to do it tomorrow. In our mindset, I think that has to be, how do we open the door so people see themselves at one of our universities? See themselves as experience that student life. Is there a weekend camp? So someone gets to be engineer or a chemist or a mobile medical. Come do this. This is you. This could be you. To your main question, it's not one of finding someone underserved. Hey, consider this. They don't see themselves doing it yet. I think. So how can we get people to go on test drives? How can we get them to see themselves as that student, as that career? And it might take a few years for that bell curve to show up, but I think that's what.
I would say that one thing that would probably really help is for us to tell our own story and to feature those young people that are from our university that look like those other students that we want to try to get to the campus. And it's a thing called video and audio, and take advantage of that and tell our stories. I know that's, easily said about how we could go do it and how you make that. But if we want to make that a priority somewhat, that's one way to do it. And so anyway, it was great walking into that classroom with the kids today, because they were all kids of color and just anxious to, they were having a good time doing what they're doing. But, again, for me, it's always about in the career that I picked, I never saw anybody like me. So, but now that's more important than ever, I think, to get young people to get energized about, well, why can't I do that? And particularly from a science standpoint, I think. So anyway, I just think we need to look at those opportunities, that we do something about it.
Just to add on to what Regent Cerna was saying in marketing, even when we put in different languages, I don't know if there's ways to put it geographically, but I know that it makes a huge impact to see, if you see a picture and it has something in English and you slide it like on Instagram and then it's translated in Spanish. I mean, that makes such a big difference because, you see students and you see that accessibility, that openness. And I just mean adding it in a couple different languages makes a huge difference, just because it sends a message to me, at least, that says we acknowledge you and we acknowledge who you are, and we are creating a space for you, if that makes sense. And I think the video campaign that you were working on, I saw ads on it for Instagram, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. So I'm excited to see students tell their stories, at least from the Pullman perspective so far, and maybe branch out to other campuses. But I mean, right on the nose, students want to know from students, what is the experience? I mean, funding is what stops us from creating those amazing camps like we were just talking about. But if students can see themselves and see others like themselves and, see that there's communities within the institution, I mean, it makes such an impact. I know it did for me when I went to Tri-City. So just wanted to throw that out there as well.
You need to see guys like him, not old guys like me, but the guys like him.
Yeah.
Who's bilingual, who's out there doing it right now, who's a student regent, and to say that, hey, you can be a student regent. Hell, you might even become a regent one day. So,
right.
Yeah.
Sign them up for the college tour.
Just made the note.
Student regent, wow, there you go.
I have a quick question. Such a good report, and I applaud especially your philosophy of relationship-based. And I've always had this curiosity, especially when I think about our own community where we live. When you think just context, big picture, there are high schools are incredibly important in those inroads we make there. How many high schools in the state are there? Do you know? Any
I don't.
ballpark?
I'm embarrassed to tell you I don't.
Well, no, but you would probably know or have a sense, you and your team, of who have been the consistently kind of top enrollment, and who might a few of those be? High schools.
It depends on the communities, but they're going to be.
So in Spokane, it's Shadle Park,
Yep.
Or it's,
In the larger communities, Seattle, Spokane, obviously closer to the campus, we're going to have a stronger relationship there. We looked at something earlier in the fall. It didn't materialize, but we actually looked at small districts who we had not seen anybody from, thinking that we could develop a program with combining multiple schools in an area. But anyway, what it taught us was there are some really small communities that WSU has not been on their radar for a while, and that was a good takeaway from us. But anyway, I think it's the larger schools and the larger communities that still send us their students.
and you have reason to think that there's a reason why these, I mean, who is inside that school, who is telling the message of WSU, and that gets passed down. And my brother went there, and so did my sister. And so, or even a principal who was a WSU graduate, it might have a slanted bias toward, have you ever considered Pullman or Tri-Cities?
Yeah, what we find is there's all of that. So a counselor, a teacher, perhaps an administrator, they have a tie to WSU, and so they might advocate on behalf. It's also sort of streaky, to put a real technical term on it. 2 or 3 students for 2 or 3 years in a row attend a particular campus, and that sort of pushes others toward it. 17-year-olds run on emotion. They apply to 7 to 10 schools when they're seniors. That is an emotional response to something. It's rarely a well thought out calculus of activity. Applying is emotional. Deciding is really cerebral. That's when they might put down on paper why they're choosing this school over that. And that's why they may be down to 2 or 3 as they make their decision. But the application process tends to be sort of an emotional exercise for many high school age students.
I would think that that relationship between the gatekeeper, the principal, the counselor, the even other students who are kind of a voice or even a leader in that pod of 3 or 4 would be pretty important. I mean, sometimes it's hard to get your arms around, but you know, how we feed that kind of very hands-on relationship-based relationship with those key people. I know, you know, graduate Puyallup High School, Puyallup has historically, you know, rural community. It has a stronger WSU presence than where we live in Greater Seattle. And I've often wondered, what is our WSU exposure to, because I think some kids in our high school area in Kitsap County don't think of WSU, frankly. And it must be, from a marketing standpoint, you know, how we market to those places that we think are important.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think there are, Seattle is a tough market. There are a lot of competing voices, not necessarily higher ed. I mean, there's a lot of competition for their eyes and their ears. And so it is difficult. But just one thing, those students who come to us and are the good ambassadors back to their high school or their community, we do know who they are. They're often Cougar connectors with us for a couple of years. They often speak at functions later after they graduated. I mean, we do cultivate that. We are very keen on that approach with those students and that relationship. So absolutely.
So President Schultz wants to make a comment. I'll just say that the napping pods on campus became big when I took my junior on a tour of WSU. So to say it's emotional is true.
I just want to express my appreciation, Saichi, to you and the EM team across the system. You know, it would be easy after a successful enrollment last year to say, let's just do the same thing again. And I love the fact that you're trying new stuff. You mentioned some things, hey, we thought we tried, didn't work. I think it's that constant ability to change and continue to try new things that are going to ultimately be successful in an increasingly challenging recruitment environment. So I just want to publicly thank you and your team in a moment of weakness, Elizabeth signed Saichi to another 3-year contract, and we're thrilled to continue to have him leading enrollment management. So I won't ask how many martinis it took. It's kind of a wobbly signature, but we're glad to have you. And then Regent Cerna, if you have not seen Regent Mariquin's dance video on social media, I would encourage everybody who's on Instagram to go check it out. It is stunningly amazing. So, I can share it. So, yeah, it's as part of his teaching experience. So anyway, it is fantastic, and Isaac has got some moves, let me tell you. So anyway, thank you, Saichi. Yeah, keep up the great work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Saichi. Appreciate it. It's such important work, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on this. So I'm going to move us on to the next item, which is our first information item. It will be presented by Vice President and Chief Information Officer, Tony Opine, who will share an overview of WSU's information technology status. Tony's presentation will be the first in a series that introduces Regents to key operational areas under finance and administration at WSU. Before Tony begins, I'd like to ask his Executive Vice President for Finance, Administration, and our CFO, Leslie Brunelli, to introduce Tony. Leslie?
Thank you so much, Regent Shetler, and thank you for allowing us this time. As you know, you often have the opportunity to hear from our facilities and our finance folks because there's so many action items that come before you each of your meetings. You also have made space for compliance and risk management and internal audit, but often some of the things that underlie what we do, IT and human resources specifically, don't have those action items. So they don't ever get space in front of you. So this is the first of our bringing those forward. We'll see for human resources at the April meeting. And I think that'll be really important. Tony is here today with you. He probably doesn't need an introduction to many of you. He's been with WSU. This is this month is his work anniversary. This is his 12th year at the university in January. He has been in this vice president and CIO role since August 1 of last year, but he did serve as an interim prior to that. In the very short time that he has been in this role, though, he is already taking control of some things that we needed to corral. We have a very large IT infrastructure around the university, but it's very decentralized. In some cases, that's the absolute right thing to do. But in some cases, we just need to be more efficient and effective. And the first part of that is to really look at governance and make sure that everyone has a seat at the table and that we are making sure that people can do what they need to do when they need to do it. Because otherwise, that's what proliferates the inefficiency and the additional infrastructure. So he has tackled that. He's also looking at risks that we have, including cyber. He just showed me a few moments ago how often I am attacked. My personal ID at the university. I was like, I don't think I wanted to know that today. Kirk, yours is more than mine. So there's that. But I'm really delighted that he's here to talk with you. And hopefully this will be a way to encourage conversations around IT.
Is that? Here we go. Okay. All right. So before I get started, I need to make sure that my backup is out there. So our CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, Michael Walters, should be on standby, as well as my Finance Officer, Carrie Johnson. Okay, I think I see the pictures. So I think I want to start this off. Let's see. Okay, which way does the clicker go? I guess one way. Before I start with the first slide, I wanted to talk way of introduction because I right now I feel really, really old. And it's amazing how long I've been second chair and interim CIO, and there's nothing quite like moving one chair to the left or right and feeling the weight of that responsibility. And the thing that really brought it to mind was a few weeks ago, I can't remember who sent it out to the executive leadership or the leadership, but it's the Chronicles article of who would want to be a university president, at this time. Oh, you actually sent it out? Yeah. And along that same vein, anybody who wants to oversee information technology at a public land institution really should have their head examined professionally. But you know, there's a lot that goes into it, and in many respects, you know, I've been doing this IT thing since the late 70s and solving problems that people didn't know exist. And it starts with taking a TRS-80 and, much to my mother's chagrin, soldering an Atari joystick because it didn't have one. Worked on my computer. I blew up my best friend's computer. So talk about risk management. So as I get started, I'm not what you would call your typical CIO. And that's because, with all due arrogance, I've been doing every single technical job that exists in higher education. I started in academic technologies, instructional support. 30 years ago, I was in Kyle Leiby's chair. I've run it from that end. I've been a DBA, I've been a system administrator, I've been a developer. And so what I think I bring to the table is a little pragmatic approach to actually what goes on underneath the covers at depends on whether you say 7 to 9 layers of technology, if there are. So in many respects, I am honored to present in front of you, and I have a plan. I know there's a lot that needs to be worked on, and I look forward to get started working with the Regents, the extended leadership, and the rest of the university community. While interim, these 3 priorities were, and I got reaffirmed, yes, I'm only limited to 3. So the other 25 items that were on the list kind of had to go into the backdrop. But as already mentioned by Leslie, definitely the system governance. And I've got a couple of slides that will impress upon why we, particularly at this time, it's critical for us. The third one, I've also got some slides to talk about the security element of it. So while I'm still sitting here, I do want to talk about the importance of the funding models that were going on. And in particular, under Leslie's leadership and this new budget model we've got going into it, now is the perfect time to, one, just get a good idea of where all of the existing monies are going. Because even though we are on the new Workday system, we really haven't taken the time to put the extra characteristics or fields within the system so that we can track the IT expenses across the enterprise. And so any data that we've got right now, even within the central IT organization, are very manual. But what's really important to doing this before we go into some of those budgeting exercises is we first have to look at where those expenses, and does it make sense? Does it pass the giggle test? Is there a value associated? Because some of the low-hanging fruit that existed in the past, such as turning off the mainframe, are no longer available to us. Now turning off some of these tired old things gets really hard, it gets very expensive, and the cost of technology are only going up. So any of the new solutions we're looking at are only going to stress existing budgets even more, to include security. So in many respects, you know, modern CIOs that are who take on this responsibility are actually not so much the evangelists and the cheerleaders. I mean, there's a place for that, and there's certainly a lot of it. I live and breathe this stuff, but more often than not, we're business managers, we're finance people, we're budget people, and we are absolutely risk people. That's actually the majority of where I spend my time. And the days of easy decisions of whether something was risky or not, that doesn't exist anymore. All risk decisions in IT are now being made on the margin, and they are very much data-informed decisions, most notably from the business. So let's go right into the security side of it. So this is one of those, you'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll be confused, but please ask questions. So I took literally 3/4 of the statistics out of this slide and just tried to impress some of the basic ones of the way WSU looks through a system lens. First and foremost, as CIO, I believe my responsibility, my duty is to protect the entire enterprise, regardless of where the interests lie. And that is very much a global conversation, as you all know. So when I say that first one, the 40,000 end user devices, they're actually in the hands of people. But the typical student walks into a classroom these days with 3.7 devices, right? A watch, a phone, a laptop, their earphones. It's amazing what is showing up on the network these days. So the current working set of the population across the system is on any given day between 40,000 and 60,000 people. But there is never less than 40,000 devices on the network at any given time. And I'm talking like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And so that means, that really impresses upon these. And only about, it's definitely less than half, more like a third of the number are actually university assets. So whether it's the students' devices themselves or our personal phones that we bring into it, there's an amalgamation of devices, of information of various flavors that are at risk. So it is anything but a homogeneous problem to solve. And the key is we want to stay out of the way of instruction and the research and the engagement that we're here for. So that's the balancing act. I'm lowballing the number of servers. There's some stats down here that I've intentionally rounded down because, by the way, I've also been warned by my security people. There are people that will be watching this that we don't want watching it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So honestly, it's more like 2,000 servers. The 900 applications actually came out from another survey that was done about a little over a year ago with my colleague, Chris Hoyt, wherever she is. And this was by a survey. And what's interesting is my team made bets about exactly how many applications we would find. And this was just done by survey over a brief period of time. The real number is over 1,000 because there was a number of applications that even within the organization after we did this, we knew we missed. Oh, by the way. So one of the things that we start talking about being able to get our arms around, and while these stats are technical in nature, it's that last one that I want to bring your attention, okay? With 40 plus IT organizations across the university and over 300 to 400 practitioners, that is a significant investment in people that we need to assure are aligned with the institutional objectives at the system, campus, college, unit level, right? So different targets at once. And we need more harnesses. And I hate to say that, but I believe freedom is running loose in the harness. It really is. And we've got a mission and a job to do as IT practitioners. And the more that we can do to align those efforts, and I really do believe there is a way to align those. And it looks a little complicated, but the governance side will speak to that. Now, bullet 2, my team really didn't want me to say anything about that. But the good news is that despite the chaos and the craziness, and okay, I'll knock on wood, right? And in particular, we were pretty good, but we were probably more lucky this year. In particular, that WSU internal, as I do believe my colleague Charles Kammersell presented last year, we had a near miss. We did. And it could have been very, 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 very serious. Right up there with the stuff that you see everywhere. Now, the reason that it did not turn into a breach is we were lucky and we were quick. Meaning the perpetrators behind that incident, cyber criminals these days are professional organizations. They hire people like me, like Kyle, like others. And day jobs, they've got families, they go to work, they punch in a clock, they go home. And they are focused, their job is to get past us. So what we got quick on was this 0-day vulnerability that could have exposed hundreds of thousands of PII records, okay? They sent their B team to us and their tools failed. And what we believe to be true in the approximately 48 hours it took them to bring their A team to understand why their tools didn't work at WSU, we patched it. Now, 48 hours doesn't sound like a lot. In our world, you count single digit hours. The group, the cyber criminal group that was behind that visited over 1,000 global companies 4 or 5 months later, and all of you probably received a letter. And if you haven't heard about Move It, I could spend more time than I have here. But that third party number of 3 are the number of subcontractors or companies. TIAA being the one that sent me one of my 4 letters that I received. Okay, so technically those weren't ours, but they were subcontractors. They had their own notification systems and all of that. So that is why we don't have good numbers on those, because there's a certain amount of contractual responsibility they have with WSU that takes care of that. But make no bones about it, it's a war. That ransomware incident's 0. I almost didn't believe it. I took my team and the distributed company to say, okay, I have to know more. There's no way I'm going to go in front of the Regents or executive administration with that statistic. The reality is, behind that number, there were 119,000 ransomware attempts made against WSU system assets around the globe. How do we know that? Is we've been visited by 2 advanced persistent threats over the last 12 years, and we've learned from each opportunity. Less than 5% of those 119,000 made it on through the various layers of security and landed on university equipment. Of those 783, absolutely 0 were successful. Why? Because once the malware tried to take over the system, the first thing it does is phone home to the control and try to bring down the encryption keys. Right? That's what they want to do. They want to hold it. They want to steal our data and they want to hold it hostage. Our perimeter has inward and outward facing targets as well. And the second they tried to phone home, we stopped them. And then we picked up the Zoom phone, called the local system administrator and you might want to go take a look at this system. Okay. This sounds positive, and it is, but we've got to be lucky every day of every minute. They only need to be good once. So that is why fundamentally, even though we have above average policies, we even have some metrics that are above average. We just completed a state level, it's called NCRS. So it's an annual attestation that we do. So we actually see where we stack against other state agencies, specifically higher ed. But this gives us a false sense of security because what we've got is a good defense, right? And we're just waiting for something. If that defense buckles, we're going to be very, very vulnerable. So what is the plan then? Well, I'm willing to go as deep and as wide into all of these, but this is where I want to call out what we, and it's not just me, when I talk about all these practitioners, the cool thing is that everybody, students, staff, and faculty across the university understand this. Maybe they don't have the little data and I don't have the time to scare people like I did Leslie an hour ago. Yes, Kirk, you have a perfect targeted score, which means that across the system, it's the number of direct spear phishing attempts that are in front of him on a daily basis. And the reason we know it's a perfect score could be. Oh, but the vulnerability management system that we're about halfway through the proof of concept and we will go into implementation is actually finally leveraging the cloud. Doing scanning, penetration testing, particularly from the outside of our ecosystem, used to be really hard for universities because we're used to being inside of things. One of the few times where the cloud actually works to our security advantage. So we are undergoing an effort, and while the scope of the project only scans about 10% of our assets, the intent is to not just catch up with our peers who have had VMSs around for decades, but I want to catch up and pass them. Most of them are constrained by older architectures and can only scan assets once a month, typically associated with the patching schedule. Right? We are intent and we believe with limited resources that we have, we will catch up out the gate, we will do it weekly, and we believe we can hit the objective of being able to scan every single public-facing asset at WSU around the globe every single day. And if we can actually do it daily, we can get down to those single-digit hours that of managing zero-day vulnerabilities that are just popping up all the time. Now, having said that, that in of itself only works so far. That's a very operationally way of looking at it. We need to update our now 8-year-old policies. We're above average, but they're very difficult to understand. If you are a typical faculty member or a student and you went and read those, your eyes would glaze over. So what we need to do is do a little better job of, one, making them consistent with each other, but also make them a little bit more easy to consume by people other than lawyers, auditors, and securities people, you know. And that's particularly the message we heard loud and clear from the faculty. But the bigger picture, the foundation, is actually building a systemic risk management program that fits tongue and groove with the university's risk assessment, that focuses on the anywhere from a dozen to 24 characteristics of IT risks that are very specific and need their own time and attention. So that's what that lower layer is actually done. And our CISO is leading that effort. He's leading all three of these, to be honest. And I'm just trying to allow him to stay focused on some of those things. So in case I haven't made it clear, there's a lot of things that I can do, and until Leslie or Kirk or Elizabeth tell me to slow down or stop, my hobbies tend to be a little bit on the risky side. So, you know, I truly believe just because you're sliding doesn't mean you're out of control. So I'm willing to take a lot of these things to the limit in terms of understanding where these are. Right now, I'm trying really hard just to make the invisible visible. That's the prime objective of this VMS right now. But there will come a time where we are going to need to take action on a number of those things, okay? And so it isn't just about the cybersecurity, but some of the hard decisions that have to be made on the margin are not appropriate for me to make by myself. Probably could, and I'm not afraid to, but back to the collaborative nature associated with universities. And to be perfectly honest, 300 to 400 people aligned are smarter than just 1 or even 100. So the governance that we're building in these structures are largely meant to be able to understand and debate and discuss at all levels within the university, where are the appropriate controls, that harness that does allow decision-making to be made locally. Even though there's a lot to be said for commonalities around instructional technologies, particularly in the name of consistent experience for students and faculty across the system, particularly in the name of research computing, and the support of that tends to be very specific and very focused on that discipline. So even if we could somehow do all of that centrally, the cost associated with that would be astronomical. So the governance structures are important to help us deal with some of the risk questions that are upcoming, budgetary as well. And just, you know, what is that culture of WSU that IT is supposed to be able here to support? So I'll end with this slide, and everybody tells me it's too complicated, and I'm trying to find a 3D modeler. Think of it really as 2 layers. So the black layer at the bottom, supposed to be gray, is a reflection of the administrative or physical relationships that we've got. And so that black lower system campus business college reflects the structural home for where these 300 to 400 practitioners live. It's their world. And through those constructs, they feed up into a evolution of governance that honestly reflects what higher education does very, very well, and particularly through the lens of faculty governance and input. And so we're kind of creating that same structure, but there is still the system executive governance. And just to be clear, that box with 2, that layer is the vice presidents, vice chancellors, or their designee. And the little line, 1 box with the steering committee are their direct appointed representatives. These tend to have roles at WSU. We call them area technology officers. I affectionately call them head nerds in charge. But what they do is they build a relationship between a line of business, the chancellor or the vice president or the dean, and their lieutenant, who's charged with trying to keep some semblance of IT support above ground, secure, and cost effective. Ultimately, that moves up to what I also named the system executive leadership, which is Kirk and the 4, or is it now 5 EVPs. The red layer is the ties that bind. These are the groups that are meant to ensure consistency, efficiency, optimization, and yes, security across specific disciplines. So we can create more, and some of these haven't existed at WSU for decades, but between the academic and instructional, the enterprise applications, and then this more infrastructure oriented, will then bring all of these other groups and provide guardrails to ensure that the consistent expectations of IT delivery in support of the university are realized.
Tony, thank you so much. That is an incredible overview and report, and so very important. At Amazon, we say that if we ever lose customer order history, their detail with regards to payment history, their search history, we might as well fold up our tents and go home. We will have lost all of our customer trust that we've earned over the years, and this is so important for the university as well. We've run a bit over, and so I do want to keep, I'm sure there are some questions in the room, and we do need to keep them tight. Chair Schauer, is that okay, or should we move on to the next item?
I hate to do this, but we have a huge list of items and everyone is needing enough time to navigate those items. And so I would ask that if there are questions for Tony, which to my knowledge, this is the first time we've seen you here, and really appreciate your report. And I know that we have each all done our cyber training through WSU. And so if there are questions, then maybe those questions can be addressed through John, or we can bring you back to have another opportunity. But this is really core to what we do and how we do it. And so I hate having to potentially narrow our time, but given there are 3 more agenda items to be accomplished within 10 minutes, I'm hoping that questions can be fielded through John and Tony.
Okay.
I'm just going to jump in and give you a shout out. We really appreciate the work you're doing when our we depend so heavily on our technology. So we really appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you very much. Our next information item will be presented by Vice President for Strategy, Planning, and Analysis, Christine Hoyt, sharing an update on the WSU System Strategic Plan. Christine?
Yes, thank you. And I can buzz through this pretty quickly given the time constraints. I presented you with a pretty detailed written report, of which I'm always happy to take questions, but given that you have the information in front of you, I won't really belabor some of those finer points. So thank you though for the opportunity to present, very much appreciated. Just going to jump into something that it's interesting because it's kind of an extension of an earlier conversation. And it is a spotlight video. This really has to do with the communications of what we are doing here at WSU, just in terms of focusing on the impact of all the work that the faculty, staff, and students do, that is really execution of ultimately those goals and strategic priorities that we have. So this is just we're calling it a spotlight video. And some of you may have seen this already, but let me go ahead and just play it real quick. It's pretty brief.
My name is Joseph. I am a second-year student here at WSU Vancouver, and I'm studying human development. My mom, I think she got to the equivalence of middle school in Mexico. My dad's same ballpark. So for them, I mean, it wasn't only like a, hey, we have someone in the family that's going to college, but also for me, it felt like I was really achieving something big, not only for our family, but for myself. I think having professors that actually care, you know, just above the grade letter that you earned, actually about what you're learning, making sure that you understand the concepts, just faculty and staff that are really there to help you grow, I think has been exceptional. Being first gen, I think it puts a lot of pressure, but it's also a lot of pride in who you are. I think it's a big accomplishment being first gen, and I'm really proud to be here. We are WSU. Together we make a difference.
It's a lot of music there. This obviously rates to goal to student success, and particularly to those objectives that we have this year to really related for us around retention and closing the gap between the overall student population and those other categories of students here. First gen, Joseph Hernandez. You've seen the report. We are largely on track regarding the progress against the strategies that we have outlined in the system strategic plan. We have 14 objectives, 57 strategies, 48 of them are on track. Several are accomplished. We have a couple at risk, but largely these are on track and all systems go with regard to progress. Moving on to this next slide. This is really just to show you, the detail in here on the slide really isn't as important as the fact that, as you know, we've moved into more of a public interface, a more transparent interface in terms of our dashboarding. And so getting those things up on the internet so that everybody can see what kind of progress we're making, not only against those strategies, but on those that have metrics, adding those metrics to those strategic plan dashboards that are now online for the system plan. This slide really is just to highlight the fact that we are bringing the other campuses online. Here we have Tri-Cities, and a super special shout out to them because their leadership team has not only, of course, in place their strategic plan, but the fact that they are really implementing it and also bringing that transparency and working within the system to align to the system plan. And so this is one way that we can show alignment is through those activities and strategies of each of our campuses and how those align. So we'll be working, as we've mentioned before, with the projects we have to bring others online, and we have good momentum in that regard. This slide really, again, is we've been asked, where are we in the progress of getting all of our campuses plans? Several of them, the crimson represents the fact that those plans are in place and others are coming along. Obviously, on your agenda today, you will hear from the global campus. So there is within this, as the new plans come up, those, of course, come to you for your approval. So this is just to let you know that we're paying attention to that and looking at that so that we can start to track those more closely and work together as needed for annual refreshes and things like that. We are also looking at, again, to put into place a predictable annual cycle. The intent here is to get some predictability, consistency to what we do. The details here really aren't as important as the fact that we just want you to be aware of the fact that we are putting that into place. And then we'll be looking and are starting to look more closely at how do we align other major planning processes so that we have a cycle that can be coordinated and aligned across the system. And as promised, I was going to be brief today. I would like to end with another video for you. And this is an exciting part about what we are trying to do with adding that human touch, that added transparency, if you will, to what we do. This is part of a communications plan that we started, or a campaign that we started last year as part of our overall communications planning. It was our Catch the Vision campaign. We've had this going for a bit, We are going to be starting another one here shortly that's really focused around our mission. This particular one was around the vision statement. We really want to start to enhance connections amongst each other, both internally and externally. And so that is part of our effort moving forward. So I'll go ahead and just play this video quickly and stand ready for questions.
I think we look back at the moral act that established land-grant universities during the U.S. Civil War. It was really focused on particularly giving folks an opportunity to actually be able to go and get a very practical educational experience. We are more tied to the state of Washington than any other university in our state because of that special land grant status. And it means we're everywhere, we have people everywhere, and we want to help, whether it's education, research, outreach, community engagement, that we're all part of advancing the state of Washington, rural and urban areas.
There are so many ways we have fulfilled our mission throughout the years and continue to do so each and every day at Washington State University. The vision statement for the system strategic plan is based on our land-grant mission and guides us to expand that in exciting ways through teaching, research, and engagement with our communities. Our current vision statement says,
Washington State University
will deepen and expand its impact by building on the strengths
of each campus and location
for a stronger Washington State and global community.
We have an incredible and unique system at Washington State University. While we are dispersed throughout every region and county in the state, we are one university that can concentrate our efforts around a common vision. The vision statement recognizes what we need to do today and how we can leverage our system to create impact within our communities by building on what we do well. Each campus, college, unit, and individual contributes in broad and powerful ways.
Washington State University is already doing wonderful things, but to deepen and strengthen those things that we're doing throughout our different campuses is really important.
It allows people from different avenues to visualize different problems in different areas of the state and then further kind of educate and do research within those communities to help spread that in other areas that would find that supportive.
It is to build upon our student successes, to make sure that the education serves them in their need for upward mobility.
There are so many complex challenges out in the world, and there should be somebody who needs to solve that. Frankly, we are developing that generation who can tackle complex problem, collaborate with many.
For the first time in WSU's history, we are mindfully highlighting the importance of place and the distinct role that each campus location plays in meeting WSU's priorities in research, teaching, and community engagement.
Not only do we provide education, but we also are embedded in communities throughout the state of Washington.
Each campus is uniquely situated in where they're located to serve the local people, their local residents.
It really, to me, highlights that system collaboration, and that is what really makes WSU unique.
But it's also supposed to be something that's helping our state to make it better. And it's intended for folks like me. I'm the son of a logger and a hairdresser.
We really are going out of our way as a university system to improve the world in which we live.
At the end of our days, the only thing we leave behind that's of real value is how we impact others.
We make a difference in other people's lives. So we're committed to that.
It's the work we do that makes this world a better place. That really sets us apart and really makes us stand out.
Go Cougs!
Go Cougs!
Vamos Cougs!
Go Cougs!
Go Cougs!
Go Cougs!
Daryl wins for sure. Okay, so that wraps up my report. Sorry for breezing through that so quickly. I really do appreciate the time. I'm here for questions if you have them, but recognize our time.
Thank you, Christine. Are there any questions? And if none, and there's no objections in the room, I would like to continue to move forward.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to move
I'd like
on
to,
to our
John. Oh,
please.
I'm going to
go ahead.
One comment. Chris, thank you for your leadership and what you've done. I think it's amazing to think about where we were 2 years ago with our planning process, with our dashboards. This is not always the sexiest work, but if I look now, people get a snapshot almost immediately. Where are we? What are our goals? How are we aligning with the different campuses? These are all things that have really needed a lot of work. And I know Regent Shetler in particular has urged a lot of visual graphics, displays, accountability measures. And so I just appreciate we've come a long ways in 2 years, and thank you for your efforts in that regard. So
Thank you. Appreciate it.
+1 to all of that, Kirk, and much more. The team has worked super hard, so I do appreciate the hard work. Our first future action item will be presented by WSU Trio Student Advisor and Chair of Regents Distinguished Alumni Award Committee, Rafael Prunida. Rafa was a former student regent years 2012 through 13 and will present the committee's award recommendation.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, President Schultz, Chancellor Shelton, and WSU Regents. The Regents Distinguished Alumni Award Committee met and agreed to recommend the candidate to President Schultz and to you as Regents. The recommended candidate is a true success story. A first-generation college student who was able to graduate summa cum laude in business administration and later earned her MBA from Columbia Business School. She launched IT Cosmetics line in 2008, and she served as CEO stemming from her own dermatological struggles. IT Cosmetics company ultimately became the largest beauty brand on QVC's network. IT's Cosmetics was acquired by L'Oreal for $1.2 billion in 2016. She remained with her company upon the acquisition and was the first ever female CEO of the L'Oreal brand. She left L'Oreal and turned her attention to speaking engagements, investing in other businesses, and promoting her own books, one which was released in 2021, published in 2021, and the other one will be soon published this year. She has been included on the Forbes list of America's richest self-made women since 2017. And if awarded, plans will be able to present this Regents Distinguished Alumni Award to the candidate later this year. And that is all that I have.
Thank you, Rafa. That's a good news story for sure. Any questions for Rafa? Thank you. As mentioned by Maria Mackey at the November meeting, the award cycle this year was condensed in an effort to ensure the process moved forward and a worthy recipient was identified. To honor this work, would there be any objections to moving this future action item to an action item at tomorrow's Board of Regents meeting? So with no objections, this action item will be presented for consideration at tomorrow's Board of Regents meeting. And so now we'll move into our last future action item, which will be presented by Chancellor of Global Campus, David Slay. Chancellor Slay will be presenting the Global Campus Strategic Plan. David?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Let's see. Waiting for the presentation to come up. So before I start, you have this in front of you. You've got the plan. You've got the PowerPoint. I'm not gonna read through everything, especially in the interest of time. But just talking a little bit about the process itself. It was an accomplishment. It was great that we got it done. It's a solid document. But as importantly for me, it really solidified our team. Being able to sit down and talk through the strategic priorities, where we are now, where we hope to be, the things that we want to do over the next 5 years. It really brought the team together in a way that we haven't in the past, that we're very happy with where we're at, but recognize there's some things that we could do to be even more impactful. And so the three areas that like umbrella areas that we focused on was growth. We can get bigger. We can attract more students. We can have more graduates. We can have more alumni. That's an opportunity in front of us. We have to continue to innovate. We cannot be satisfied with the status quo of what we're currently doing. We've got to find new ways to connect students to learning, faculty to execution, and then strategic partnerships. Those three things there that as we look to the future, and there's a lot more in the plan than that, but those three things really are the foundation of where we need to go. So again, I'm not gonna read through all of these, except goal 1 is about access and inclusivity. The idea is that we're going to create a place where people feel they belong. No matter who you are, where you come from, you belong here. You are part of Washington State University, and if you choose the global campus as your path to a degree, you belong with us. We want to make sure that students have abundant financial sources to support their education, and it's about access, growing degree programs, and providing opportunities for students. I said I wasn't going to read through everything, and I just read through every bullet. I apologize. So the goal 2, and again, this isn't necessarily new. This mirrors a lot of the other plans that have been submitted, but it's framed, especially in the metrics, on the things that we're going to focus on. So building flexible learning environments. This one's a little different in the sense that it's beyond this, but this is an example. For years, actually, Daryl was one of, if he's still here, nope. We worked together to create opportunities for campus-based students to enroll in online courses by blending those sections. There's a lot of concern that the on-campus students would overwhelm the online seats. So there was a lot of concern that we would damage the campus-based programs with the online programs, especially in Pullman. We found that wasn't the case. And we recognize that every semester we have roughly 30,000 to 3,500 to 4,000 campus-based students, not global students, but campus-based students that take a global course. And we've kind of held that in the abstract in the sense that we've not focused on that population of students. And we need to make sure that we're providing the resources and support that those students need to be successful, recognizing that there are impediments to on and off ramp from campus to campus. We've got to be more thoughtful in how we support different populations of students. So we want to make sure that our learning environments are flexible. And again, the innovative dynamic support for students and faculty. We just want to make sure that we've got a robust technical infrastructure, and we're continually building upon that infrastructure to make sure that it's the best for our faculty and the most successful for our students. And then student success. We want to make sure that we've got the resources, the people, the structure in place that allows students to be successful. And again, there's multiple examples, but one, being more intentional of how we educate our students. It doesn't just happen in the physical classroom or the virtual classroom. It happens in a number of different places through internships, through apprenticeships, through service learning, and making sure that those opportunities are plentiful for our online students, just like they are for our campus-based students. One of the things, I'll end with this, one of the things I'm really excited about is launching a global mentor program. During the pandemic, we launched a program called Cougs Work, where we pulled back WSU alumni to provide presentations and advice for students and alumni who want to enter into their field of employment. It was very well received, and we're going to implement a mentor model like that, where we will have WSU global alumni, in particular academic disciplines, that will be able to mentor students who want to go into accounting or history or anthropology. I don't know why you'd want to go into anthropology, but some people do. So I will end with that. I know, but I got the gray hair comment back there. I don't have any of that.
All right, John.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before you run off, I want to just ask you, how are you seeing artificial intelligence impacting? I guess that's probably not a real easy question.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
But it might maybe not be all that short, but
yeah, in fact, in part of the conversation we're going to have tomorrow, we're going to talk a bit about that. Things like the OpenAI Academy that's trying to deliver college level, high school level courses without faculty. using AI. I think there's some opportunities and there's some definite concerns that we've got to address.
That's a quick answer to a thorny topic.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, David, very much. And
All
I'd
right,
like to
thank you.
Yes, and I'd like to thank all of today's presenters that reported from the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee. I think you all did exceptional work and so important to the core of what we do. So thank you all very much. So this concludes the agenda items for the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee, and I will now turn the meeting back over to Chair Schaller.
Thank you, Regent Shetler. We accomplished a huge amount of items in a very short amount of time. And so to see that we're only about 15 minutes over is encouraging. But I do want to reiterate what John said, that we take all of the presentations you send to us ahead of time seriously, and we do look forward to the interaction. And so as we're trying to move through the agenda today, given we have a 3-hour next committee meeting, it does not mean that we are trying to prohibit any conversation. So I would really encourage everyone to reach out. The strategic part of what we do is really the role that we each play and is important. So with that, as you get ready to gear up for our next committee meeting, I'm going to give everyone a 10-minute break, because after that 10-minute break, we're going to go until we finish this committee meeting. So 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Isn't it I think back and I forgot one of the universities had a music group. So you had a bunch of kids from all over the Northwest. They had a symphony. They had all the professors there. It was really a wonderful experience with the other kids, plus you were on campus, you were in the dorms. I mean, you got it's that kind of thing, I think, is dismissed. Well, it costs a little bit of money. But actually, we paid to go, so there, I don't think it costs the university that much money. To have high school kids there during summer school.
It's already too late. It's a matter of how many people
Yeah.
It's 2:25. It's time for us to start to come back together. No one's- All right, Kyle, let me know when we're ready. John, are you on? You can hear us? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We are back in the committee meetings, and I want to go ahead and pass over the meeting to Regent Ramos to get us started on our Finance and Administration Committee meeting.
Thank you, Chair Shower. So welcome everyone to the Board of Regents Finance and Administration Committee meeting. I would like to first thank my co-regents, Regent Cerna, Regent McDonald, Regent Shetler, for helping us coordinate and advance with the team. I hope you all did your homework. We had 220 pages to read for this session, and we're on a marathon 3-hour section of our meeting, and I appreciate everyone's engagement and patience. We have 4 information items, 9 future action items, and 2 action items that we will be preparing for our business tomorrow. Before I go into script, let me just say, first of all, I want to thank the entire team for the rigor and the quality of the work that they're doing, building on transparency, urgency, the technical strength and the depth of our team with regards to not only financial accounting, but management accounting. You're going to see information today that we're just going to continue to click down and provide us with the governance information that we need. So we'll start with our first information item, fiscal year 2023 annual financial report, trends and debt report. Debt, did I say that right?
Yes.
Debt, remember that. Not cash flow, debt. Presented by Leslie Brunelli and Senior Associate Vice President for Finance and Administration, Deputy CFO, Matt Skinner. WSU's new controller, Angie Dobbins, and Director of University Accounting, Tammy Beidel, and will also join via Zoom. Joining Leslie and Matt for the first portion of the presentation is Kristen Diggs. Kristen is a partner with Bailey, who, along with Jody Doherty, oversees the independent audit of WSU's financial statements. Kristen will first present the results of the audit and the audit opinion. After her report, Leslie and Matt will continue with the financial trends and analysis presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, thanks everyone for letting me be here. In the essence of time, I'll kind of skip over some stuff because I know a lot of it was talked about last year, but we'll hit the high points. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. As far as the audit process goes, this is something that we essentially started when we wrapped up last year. So if you'll remember, we were out here, I think in May, and we started the process in June. So that was to get the fiscal year 23 audit going. We performed interim testing in October of 2023, and then we really got going in November of 2023, and then wrapped it up actually with issuance last week. With our audit, we do take a risk-based approach, which means we tailor our audit procedures to focus in the areas that we think are riskier for the university. What we do based upon those procedures are we confirm material balances. We're pulling lots of samples to look at. We're doing analytics over the balances, inquiry, talking to all different people all over the university, and then substantiating it in some sort of way. Usually it's with supporting documentation. And then based upon all that, we're able to issue an opinion. So just to kind of let you know what our scope of procedures were, we were engaged to audit the university. We also audited the housing and dining system as well as Student Book Corporation. And then we will audit the Northwest Public Radio, Northwest Public Television. The other procedures that we've been engaged to perform are the NCAA agreed upon procedures and then examination procedures over your Northwest Public Radio, Northwest Public Television. So one of the good things, this is always a good thing when I can come in here and present good news, is last year, if you'll remember, we did have 2 material weaknesses in internal control associated with the audit. They related to the year-end close and review as well as bank reconciliations. Even with the tightened deadline, the fact that we're able to be out here and present to you 3 months, 4 months ahead of time from where we were last year, management has really done a lot this year to rectify those issues that they had last year. And so I'm happy to result they're not findings again this year. In fact, we didn't have any findings. And a lot of it is because with the process that management's put in place, they are able to review the work. And so we're not the first level review. And so that cuts out a lot of the items that we may have found in the past. So with to go over the required auditors communication. So with the auditor's report, like I said before, we did issue an unmodified opinion, what doesn't necessarily sound good, but it is the best, highest opinion that we can issue. So basically it says based upon the testing that we performed, we're able to get comfortable with the balances that you see in the financial statements. One thing too that I wanted to call out is the fact that the financial statements you see here were presented by management. And so we just came in and reviewed it and then made sure that we are comfortable with the balances based upon our testing. We do not give an opinion on required supplementary information, and that includes management's discussion analysis, the schedule on pensions, OPEB. What we do is look at it and make sure it matches the audited financial statements and then talk to management, look at supporting schedules, but we do not audit that information. The other thing to call out in the required auditor's communication is management is responsible for the financial statement. An audit, it's not going to present absolute assurance that everything's correctly stated, but it provides reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially stated. The same goes for regulatory compliance, and it's not designed to provide assurances regarding internal control. However, if we do come across those issues, we will bring them to management's attention. So this is where the font gets a lot smaller. So, so included in the financial statements that Matt and Leslie are going to go over is another document called what we call our governance letter. And so this is where we have the opportunity to basically high level tell you what happened during the audit. Within it, one of the things that changed last year with the auditing standards is that we're required to tell you what we see are the significant risks are associated with the audit engagement. This does not mean there's a breakdown in internal control. All this means is these areas are inherently more risky. And so we're going to design our procedures to address them, to make sure we can get comfortable with them. The first one is management override of internal control. If management comes in and bypasses all the internal controls that they have in place, it doesn't matter what controls are in place. And so we do certain procedures related to that. Revenue recognition, we're testing all the different revenue streams that, I guess the material revenue streams that the university has. And then the next two, the allowance for doubtful accounts and GASB 96. So the allowance for doubtful accounts is a risk because that's management's estimate. And so that's an area just because it is an estimate. They could fudge it if they wanted to, but we look at the supporting documentation, the all the stuff required with it, and make sure we can get comfortable with the balance that they have. The other one is in the current year, if GASB 87 wasn't enough last year with bringing on the leases, they decided to put a new standard out there this year. And so there was a new standard that was implemented, GASB 96. And so if you remember last year with leases, you'll see new terms like right to use asset coming on the books. And so essentially what they did was for your big IT systems, they want the same thing associated with leases to come on related to your IT system. So you now have a right to use asset associated with your big IT systems, such as Workday. And so basically it just grosses up your balance sheet. The other one is with cash reconciliation. This is due to the finding that we had last year, and so we did procedures related to this in the current year. The other thing that we wanted to call out is the fact that there are significant estimates in your financial statements. It's not that we think that they're wrong, it's just they're estimates. And so actuals may come in different than the estimates. These are associated with your pension plans, your OPEB plans, your asset retirement obligation, and then your allowance for doubtful accounts. The other thing in the letter that it goes through is you will notice that there were no corrected adjustments to the financial statements as a result of audit procedures. There were what we call past adjustments. And essentially what these were management looked at them and said, these aren't material. We agreed. They were just large enough to where we just had to call them out and let you know that they were there. And then we're required to say if we, got in any arguments with management. We did not. And also talk about, if people are opinion shopping. To our knowledge, none of that has happened. And then there was, just a report modification with the implementation of GASB 96. And with that, does anyone have any questions?
Any questions or comments on the audit? Okay.
I will say, I want to thank everyone at WSU because of the shortened time frame. It did take a huge amount of work and we recognize that. And so we really do appreciate everyone's effort in getting the audit done. So I think we're finally back on schedule.
Great. Well, it's certainly an opportunity to test our systems so that we can, trust and rely on information that we have. And thanks to the leadership team who helped us get there, and Workday worked. Okay. So next we are, should we move on?
Yes.
Okay.
And may I go ahead?
Yeah.
Thank you, Regent Ramos. And I want to express my thanks to Kristen and her team for the audit work. And the timing was aggressive, but the Board of Regents will remember that following the Workday implementation, the fiscal 21 audit was 17 months in arrears. So it was 17 months after the conclusion of the fiscal year. Then last year we brought forward the 22 in May, and this year we're back on schedule where we should be. So we've operationalized the system and starting to make it make more sense for our work. The real value in this, and I can't underestimate this, even though the only external user of our financial statement is likely our rating agencies, this is so important to what we do inside the house because we should be using this information to build our budget and to look at what we're doing in real time. So as the month concludes, what do we look like? As the quarter concludes, what do we look like? And how are we using that to build ourselves forward? So hats off really to Tammy and Matt for really working this plan this year. Matt built a very detailed project report of how to get to meet these dates. And Angie just joined us at the end of November last year and jumped right in and started ticking and tying and helping us put together the management discussion and analysis. And that work was really important. Matt's going to walk through a review of what our financial performance looks like. And I'll add some commentary about how we're going to use that to build the next year and how we're going to look at this year. From a performance standpoint of how we appear financially, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. And I think you'll see that. We had a good year, but I can put an asterisk on that and say some of the good things that you see are the result of interest rates are high, which thank you, we're happy to see that. And also the impact of the other post-employment benefits and the pension, which we have no control over. So it just happens in our financials. What we're really trying to do is drill into how our operating decisions are affecting this, because that's what we control and that's how we're running the university. So you sort of have to peel away some of that and get to what we really do. And we'll talk that through. Turn it over.
Okay, great. Thanks, Leslie. Can I just say it's awesome to have findings in the financial statements this year too. I mean, that's a small thing, but we're super excited about that. If we can just be excited for a minute, that's a great thing. Really appreciate everybody's hard work. And as Leslie said, we will try to be really brief, summarize 109 pages of financial report in a few minutes here. Again, trying to call out key trends and activities over often 5-year period. Most often we'll be talking about FY23, things that happened there and how it sets up how we're dealing with the budget for this year and beyond. So we'll first look at the statement of net position or the balance sheet. If we look at that over 5 years, we've seen positive growth in our assets, about a 17% increase over that 5-year period. Liabilities have remained fairly consistent from year to year, dropping a little bit or about 6% over that period of time. We've also seen some improvement in our net position over time, 41%. That looks like a really big number. There's some interesting facts there. You know, most of our growth in our net position is happening in designated and restricted funds. And so we're grateful for that growth, yet those funds aren't readily available to support university operations. And that ties into some of the budget decisions that we've needed to make. If we look a little more closely then in FY23 that you'll see in the financial statements, $25 million growth in assets and deferred liabilities. That included a 5% increase in cash and investments. And also for our permanent land trust investment and our share of the university endowed funds, we saw a positive move in our market value there in FY23. If you recall, FY22 was a tough year for those long-term investments, and it was nice to see that start to recover back from there. Flipping over to look at our liabilities a bit, this number is kind of interesting. To Leslie's point, she talked about estimated pension and other post-employment liabilities. This will be our chance to call those out. Liabilities dropped by $138 million in a single year during 23 versus the prior year. And there's two parts to that. There's a really real decrease of $37 million in there. That's retirement of outstanding long-term debt for the university. We continue to pay that down at a fast clip. That's really positive. And then we have these estimated pensions and other post-employment liabilities for the university. What that represents is statewide, there's pension liabilities, and we prorate our share, our estimated share of those liabilities onto our financial statements every year. As Leslie noted, we don't control how those plans are developed and how those liabilities are accumulated. And those estimates are really, really sensitive to changes in interest rates and other actuarial assumptions. So this year we saw over $100 million swing in those estimates in one single year that drove our liabilities down. We could celebrate this year, but they might jump right back up again next year. So you'll always hear us when we talk about financial health, trying to look at our performance with and without those estimated pension and OPEB liabilities, because they can really distort where we're at financially. Finally, we finished the year with a 9% increase in our overall net position. At the end of the year, again, most of that growth happened in restricted and designated funds that aren't available for university operations. So let's jump in and look a little bit operating revenues and state appropriations. If we could, we'll start looking specifically at some changes that happened during FY23. State appropriations grew by 7% or $21 million. That enabled us to do a lot of important things. It finished the funding of the medical student cohorts at WSU Spokane. It started a new cybersecurity academic degree program across the system and funded part of the salary increases and benefit increase costs for the university during that year. We saw that total net tuition and fees dropped by about $12 million year over year. This year, that ties directly to the change in enrollment that's happening across the system. We saw a small increase in our auxiliary revenues of about 5% during this single fiscal year. If we could then maybe just stepping back and looking at a 5-year perspective on these revenues. Again, we have benefited greatly as a university from strong investment by the state and state support, 22% increase in state support over those 5 years. Very grateful for that. We would highlight again that those state funds tend to come very targeted for specific new activities or purposes, and we're grateful for those funds. It doesn't necessarily help us deal with rising costs of operation at the university or to help us offset the decline in tuition. That's drawing some of the budget pressures that we're feeling and drives the way that we formulated the budget for 24 and likely foreshadows how we'll need to craft the budget for FY25. The last thing we maybe note here is our auxiliary service enterprises. We are rebounding back from the pandemic, but if you look over that 5-year period, we haven't quite restored all the way back to where we were in 2019. Some of that is also tied to enrollment. The last slide we'll put up here is grants and contracts, trends and analysis. And we probably shouldn't admit this, but that number is a big number in FY23. That's a really unusual level of growth for us from a grant and contract revenue. We're grateful for that increase from 318 to 367. We're working really closely with the Office of Research right now to dig into some of the underlying grant trends underneath that number to try to find out how many of those are sustainable, that we expect that those will be repeated in future years, and how much that was kind of a one-time shot. We do anticipate that there was a little bit of slowdown in some of our spend on grants during the pandemic, and those might have kind of picked up pace during 23 to finish out those grants. And so more information coming on that as we look at our year-to-date performance over the next few weeks.
And I do want to point out that that's really important. There was a lot of activity. Researchers were still receiving grants during COVID, but they couldn't necessarily expend the dollars. They couldn't travel as much. They couldn't do some of the things. So all that was built up. And then last year, we saw some of those dollars actually get expended. What's also important is the number that you see in our financial statement for grants and contracts is the expenditure. It's not the number that Mike Walcott and the Office of Research will report as the awards, that they're very, very different numbers. It's not unlike, frankly, the advancement number that you see fundraising versus what is actually gifts in the door that's cash that we can book. So this number is always different from that.
Great, thanks, Leslie. So looking at our operating expenses, then we have 3 different slides to look at operating expenses. First, a deep dive in FY23. Operating expenses increased $125 million for 23 versus last year. The biggest changes happened first in salary and wage expense was up 7%, $40 million in the year. Much of that was planned as a strategic initiative of the university to invest in salary increases for employees. We also saw a slight uptick in the number of total employees that drove some of that increase. Benefit expenses really increased during the year, and much of that is out of our control. Those employer benefit rates are set at the state level, up $25 million over the prior year. That creates some budgetary pressure for us as well. Other sizable increases in their utilities grew by 23% in a single year, up 7% for the basic cost of utilities at all of our campuses and locations. And we also continue to see some escalations in costs of services, suppliers, and purchases over the course of the year. One that stood out in there was travel expenses grew by 76% in a single year. Some of that is kind of a recovery from the pandemic. Some of that is a bit of a high increase, frankly, on travel. As we look at expenses over time, as you would expect, salaries and benefits continue to be our single largest group of operating expenses, constituting almost 60% of our operating costs every year. When we look a little later at the core fund budget with Leslie and Chris, we'll see that number edge up as high as almost 80% when we look at our core funds that are available for use.
And let me point out one thing on the slide before and this slide. You see depreciation listed there. Depreciation is not cash out the door. It's just the book recognition of the dwindling value of our capital assets.
The last slide here it will be a point of emphasis for the next couple of reporting cycles. It's a really nice view of that operating expense by function. And if you look at instruction, research, public service, and academic support all added together, it constitutes about 53% of our university expenditures in support of those core missions of the university. Over time, these percentages don't change a lot from year to year. You might see a 1 to 2% variance as you move from year to year. Workday gives us a lot better power to track and analyze expenses by function, and we want to continue to build out our capabilities in this area. So one way we can line up our use of resources to our strategic plan. It's also a key element of IPEDS data that's reported, which some private university and college rating services draw on that IPEDS data for one of their factors for how they rate universities. So we just want to continue to improve and refine the way that we look at these functional expenses. That's a favorite topic.
Yeah, and that is work that'll be underway in this next year. With the implementation of Workday, we've made it a little bit at the user's level of where these things are bucketed, and we probably need to restrict that and with some logic that if it's this, it cannot be this. Is the worst thing that can happen is that these expenditures end up in a place where in reporting for things like U.S. News and World Report, it's not to our benefit. The challenge is, and I think Kristen left us already, this is actually not audited. where the buckets are. There is a NACUBO publication, the Financial Accounting and Reporting Manual, that tells you where you should put them, but it is actually not audited. So you never really know if you're comparing apples to apples across institutions. There's some things that we need to look at an allocation across these functions, like IT expenditures. You just heard Tony, it's a big expense for the institution. My guess is that a lot of that lands in institutional support, but it is in instruction, it is in research, it is in academic support, and we need to push that forward so that we're comparing ourselves legitimately to another institution.
So some takeaways, that was a lot of information. We'd call this the FY23 financial takeaways. A couple strengths: continued operating revenues continued to grow at 6%. We also saw state funding support remain strong with 7% growth year over year. Also, a few significant challenges. Operating expenses outpaced the increase in operating revenues and state appropriations during the year. We're spending more than what we brought in. State appropriations target specific new activities, and much of our revenue growth happened in those designated funds that can't be used for general university operations. And of course, we continue to see some decline in our tuition revenue along with enrollment. So all combined, the growing costs and the declining undesignated revenue sources do create some budgetary pressure that helped underlie the reason why the FY24 operating budget was crafted the way it was. And we're expecting to need to do some similar crafting for FY25 as we address some of these trends. And of course, we'd call out here that we'll continue to monitor those estimated pensions and other post and liability benefit liabilities that make these big swings and impacts in our financial performance, to be able to monitor that with and without those impacts.
So you have the fiscal 23 financial statement available. It's actually a public document, so it's on the web. You can go to multiple years if you chose to do so. I mean, it is a dense document. Matt and I are accounting professionals, and we could talk about it all day long and know that this is not the place that you live, and we won't do that. If you have time, though, I would spend that reading the management discussion and analysis. That's where we've attempted to take the dense accounting talk and take it to a level where anyone could read and understand what changed year over year. And so do spend your time there. And if you have questions, we're of course happy to answer those.
So let's see, Leslie, I'm keeping an eye on our time here. We'll quickly run through some of these. As you recall, we have a number of financial ratios that we benchmark against other financial peers or other higher education institutions. We want to highlight a few changes there. The first looks at our reserve and liquidity levels for the university. We do that by looking at our total spendable cash and investments as compared to our annual operating expense. The takeaway here is we continue to run a little bit low compared to our peers. We'd like to continue to make progress in those reserves. And also we're starting to see in 23 that number start to curve down just a little bit. That's symbolic of those expenses exceeding what we brought in this year, and it's driving that downward change. The next slide looks at our operating performance. This essentially looks at our revenues, operating expenses, and is there anything left there? And the first thing that just pops off the page here to us is FY22. As you recall, last time we met on this, we called that out as being an anomaly. We didn't think that high number would stick, and sure enough, it hasn't. That big jump in 22 is driven by $55 million in HERF and CARES Act funds that were recognized as revenue in that year. Of course, those monies aren't here and again, and so now you see us dropping back down and just dipping into the negative this year. As we spent a little more on a current year basis on revenues versus expense.
So Matt and I spent a lot of time talking through this slide amongst ourselves. And honestly, I think this is the most important thing that we're showing you today, because it shows that last year we did expend more dollars from operating than we brought in. So we are using our reserves now. And until and unless we designate those reserves for future growth and the sustainability of future revenue streams, you'll continue to see that, and you can see it until there is no more. And that's what you're starting to see at other institutions. You know, we've heard what's happening at Arizona. They have spent their cash. This happened for more than one cycle. If you follow the Chronicle of Higher Ed today, that the top story is that Penn State will cut $100 million out of their budget next year. This is a chronic across higher education, but it's the one indicator that we need to monitor and watch and see it as it happens throughout the year.
Another place we look at our operating performance traditionally is just looking at our tuition discount and waiver percentage compared to peers. This, I would say this ratio is not a perfect measure of waivers and discounts. There's multiple ways to look at that data. What's useful here, it does provide a standardized approach that all public institutions follow in reporting their data. So you can get a relative sense for how we're doing to peers. A takeaway here is that over the 5-year period, we do tend to run a little bit high on our total discounts and waivers provided compared to other peers. We'll finish up here with 2 last ratios. The first one is to look at how we're managing our debt. This looks at our total long-term cost of debt compared to our operating expenses. We'd like to see this number move downward as a sign of better strength for our debt capacity. You'll see we're making progress there, that we continue to be very disciplined on new debt. We've done a good job of refunding our existing debt for savings, and we continue to pay off that debt at a really fast clip. I think the takeaway on this slide, just continue to be mindful. Anytime we consider new debt, we're looking to match that to a new sustainable revenue source that can make sure that that debt is paid off over time. Then we'll finish up. This is a new ratio, and if Olivia was here, she would celebrate with this.
Olivia really needs to see this. We've sort of stuck this one in here for her.
I'm just teasing. We thought we'd get a smile from Olivia.
It graphically shows the age of plan. It's just math. It's accumulated depreciation divided by annual depreciation. And you can see that we are above our peers. So this is not an assessment of deferred maintenance. No one's going through and looking at the building systems or anything like that, just math. And so you know that I called out that depreciation was not a cash expenditure. It's not. But there is an expectation that you are investing in your facility at or about the same rate, or this will continue to escalate. So unless you are building new facilities and renovating current facilities, the age of your plant continues to go up. We can see this particularly in Pullman across the housing and dining enterprise. That's where you see it the most, I believe. The challenge with this, with deferred maintenance, is the only other way, unless you build new facilities, to see it ever improve is to remove an existing facility that is past its useful life. So this is something I think in the long term we need to be looking at really closely. We all know that there is deferred maintenance. This is only the capital deferred maintenance. It's not the IT deferred maintenance. So it's just one of those cautionary things we wanted to show. And I hope Olivia is really glad that we showed this for you. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to put Olivia on the spot there. We just had so much fun surprising Olivia with this ratio. We knew she'd love it.
Matt, I have 2 questions just before we go any further. On what is kind of the operating principle of what our reserves are? Is it a percentage of our operating expense? What do we kind of live by on that?
That is a great question, and there is no consensus on what that is. So you will see institutions say anywhere between 90 and 150 days cash is good. That's a big difference. Arizona's issue is that they have a board policy that they must maintain 120. I think it's 120 days of cash, and they've dipped below that. That's still a lot of cash, but it's the policy that they've made. I would be very nervous if it were at or below 90, because our cash is so cyclical that, you know, it bubbles up when students pay their tuition, drops, bubbles back up when the students pay their tuition. So we have an unusual cycle. It's not like most other commercial entities. So there is just not consensus on what is that number. And I think if anything taught us a lesson is COVID, because during COVID, before those federal dollars became available, everybody was worried, what if we ran out of cash? And I was at a private institution at the time, and it was a really acute fear at that point.
My other question, thank you for that. I know just sharing in boards of large nonprofits that have huge public facilities, you know, that 120 days is typically what we're trying to look at just from an operation standpoint. But where, and maybe this comes later, and maybe this isn't the right time, but when we're talking about facilities and infrastructure, age of plant, where are we factoring in the state's requirements on the climate, Governor Inslee's climate pledge, and financially how, because I was in Olympia last week, meeting with several legislators on a $20 million hole that the Public Facilities District in Spokane is going to have. And they were very clear that find a way to make it up, that the state doesn't have a lot of money for you.
I think Olivia did actually walk out of the room. We need to contend with that. She and her team have done some work on how Climate Commitment Act will impact us. It's primarily the Pullman campus because that's under that authority. This certainly doesn't take that into account.
Okay.
Now, some of our most aged facilities are those that would be identified as the most in danger,
Right.
as far as not meeting those requirements. But that's probably a topic that we should have a deeper dive on the information.
Do we have a sense of the number of how far off we might be?
She probably does.
Okay, that's fine. We don't need to get into that now, but it seems like it's coming down the path quickly. I think everybody thought 2025 was a long ways away.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let her gather that and we'll bring it forward at another time. Because I really think that's a big topic that it's not just the issues of the facilities that are underneath that, but our need to purchase the recs and where we are in the ability to do that.
Absolutely.
I think that's a topic.
And how you're going to measure that going forward. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are great questions. So quickly, Regent Ramos, we'd like to cover the debt report. As you're aware, under our Board of Regents Policy 5, we're required to give an official report to the board each year on our outstanding debt. A reminder, no debt is issued by the university without approval by the Board of Regents, and the board has delegated authority to the Executive Vice President to do refunding or refinancing when we can generate savings, and then we report back to the board on any savings we obtain. So really easy debt report this year, no new debt activity during fiscal year 23. As you're aware, we did have opportunity to do a refinancing this fall in September, which was kind of unique given the interest rates are climbing, to still have a unique opportunity to get in the market and save some money. Saved almost $1.4 million through this refinancing, about a 6% net present value savings. So grateful for our treasury team and the work that they did to get that transaction underway. Just a couple reminders on our total debt portfolio. Currently, as of June 30th, 2023, $535 million in outstanding principal. We'll pay off 54% of that in the next 10 years. When we look at the use of debt, fairly balanced in how we've used that to help advance our facilities and infrastructure across a number of different areas, including academics and research, athletics, student-facing facilities. This is how that pay down of outstanding debt looks over the next 18 years. And we see that really steep line as that gets paid down. That contrasts sharply with what our annual debt service payments look like. And the strategy we have here is we try to align our total debt service to our revenue streams. So you'll see these plateau in each one of our payment streams as we try to set our total debt payments at a level we feel like we can budget and manage each year. The last thing on the debt report we'd add is we do use Moody's Investor Service and S&P Global for our bond rating services. We had opportunity to meet with those firms back in August, and they renewed their ratings of WSU, which you can see on the left-hand side of this chart. That's an AA3 rating by Moody's and an A+ rating by S&P, which is just one step below the Moody's ratings. And then for information purposes here on the right, we've included where those ratings fall compared to other public higher education institutions across the state or across the nation. So some takeaways this year from the debt report: we continue to manage our debt very strategically. Interest rates have climbed, which will make debt more costly for us in the near future should we decide to use it. And we are seeing reduced opportunities to refinance or refund within that debt portfolio for savings. And again, a reminder, I guess this is the second time I've said it in one presentation, consideration of new debt needs to be matched against new and sustainable revenue streams to support that payment over the course of the debt. So with that, that's our report on the FY23 financials.
Yeah, and let me add one thing about the debt. We sat down and did a comprehensive review with both Moody's and S&P in August. And interestingly, it was right after the Pac-12 had happened, and that was very, very much in their mind when we had their meetings with them. Both Moody's and S&P have moved the entirety of the higher education sector to a negative outlook moving forward. We were very fortunate we had a stable outlook, which was a surprise given the news that was coming out about the Pac-12, because they do know that that's pretty significant, not just in terms of athletics, but on the overall operation of the university. So that's good news that we remain in a stable place with the rating agencies.
Any questions? I hope you all, absorb the gravity of that fiscal responsibility and recognize the tremendous amount of effort that goes into managing this enterprise in a responsible manner while we take on huge visionary actions and lead the organization. So I'm just thrilled with our team. They work together really well and just appreciate what you do. The transparency is really needed. We have a lot of stakeholders that are interested in this. And so with that, we're going to set aside 2023 unless we have other questions.
Just a question on the bond debt of 535 million, just because I don't have a lot of insight to this. From an institution of our size, where do we rank as far as the debt load we're carrying? And then understanding that we hope to, be paying some of this off over the next 10 years. Is that appropriate? Should it be faster? Should it be longer? What does that look like?
The first part of that question is for institutions of our size, particularly land grants, we're probably in the middle of the pack and maybe even a little bit low. But a better metric is not just the gross number of the debt, is what is your debt per student? And we have looked good in that metric until our enrollment started to drop. And so now that debt per student is going up, because even though we're paying down the debt, we're also losing enrollment. So the debt per student is on the rise. So that's probably a better indicator than just the gross number is. In terms of should we pay it off faster? I mean, sure. Most of our debt was issued, well, all of our debt is fixed rate. There's no variable debt, thank goodness, in there because it would be enormous at this point. We really benefited from issuing debt when interest rates were historically low. And so the fact that we had a refunding opportunity this year was a little bit of a surprise because, interest rates are enormous right now. So I'm comfortable with the rate of paying that off. Now, you saw the scale where the debt pays off in this nice slope, but our debt service is a lot more even. We're using tomorrow's dollars. Future me, future Matt is probably like, damn those people who issued that debt. But that's not atypical for higher education either.
Yeah, and maybe I just add to that, Leslie, we looked at that one ratio, looking at debt affordability. So we look at a balance sheet perspective, whether there's capacity, that's more of our ability to pay. And we do see we're a little bit high compared to peers as we look at our fixed debt expense compared to our total operating expense. And so often I think when we talk about new debt, you won't hear us talk about whether we have room on our balance sheet for more liabilities. You hear us talk about what's our revenue stream to pay for it.
Any debt issuer would tell us we have capacity and even capacity at our current rating, but you still have to fund it. So, yeah.
Okay, can we transition to fiscal year 2024 performance?
So. Thank you, Angie and Tammy. Yeah, I just said that, but give me that. Thank you. All right, thank you. Has Chris joined us? All right, great. Thank you. This is part 2 of this. And this is the first time that we've really done this for Washington State is assess the fiscal performance in the year that we're in, sort of live stream. Chris Jones, though you can't see him on the screen just yet, and I'm sure Kyle's working on that, is maybe new to you. There he is. Chris Jones is our new Assistant Vice President for Finance and Planning. He is replacing Kelly Westhoff, who retired, as you know, last year. Chris has been here for more than 10 years, though. He started in 2013 as a budget analyst, has moved his way up in this office. Prior to joining Washington State, he was at the University of North Carolina system, where he was the budget analyst for 7 of the institutions inside that system. He also is a graduate of the Orange School in South Carolina, and we're trying to come to terms with that, but it's pretty tough for me to get there. I still like him. All right. So we're looking at financial performance in the current year, and we sort of hoped this would be a mid-year review, though the time doesn't work out quite for us for this meeting because the month of December, which would be the mid-year point, didn't end in an accounting world until last week. So this is actually through November, so not quite a 6-month look. Just a reminder, this is the budget for the institution. You've seen this 1.2 billion many times. You've seen how we break that down, what the sources are. And so what we're trying to do is assess, well, where are we today? Are we on budget? Or are we off budget? The core funds budget, of course, is the most important because that's really what the institution's budgets. We don't budget all of our funds yet. We will, but we don't do that yet. We budget some of the other funds. Certainly grants and contracts have been budgeted to the penny. Auxiliary enterprises do a fine job of budgeting, but all of our designated funds and the things that are in carry forward dollars, none of that has been budgeted historically here. And so that's what we're working towards. You can see here a better breakdown of the core funds budget in that big piece that is made up of the general fund, state appropriation, proviso funds, and the tuition accounts. And tuition, of course, being the critical one that's been in flux for us lately. And here is tuition. This is, I guess this is a 6-year view. I thought it was a 5-year, but a 6-year view of our net tuition revenue. And that's the red portion of that. You can see the operating waivers. Matt showed you the chart where we are a little bit higher. Part of that is due to the WUI expenditures and our aid there. But we have been in a situation where our tuition and fees was at its highest when enrollment was, and that was in the fall of 2019. And we have escalated down since then. And there's that enrollment look. You can see the undergrad versus the grad versus our professional students. The professional growth, as a reminder, was as the new cohorts of medical students were added in Spokane. We have seen that start to come down though, because there's a tremendous loss in our our pharmacy students. So that's coming down right now. But the loss of enrollment is real, and that really is having an impact on our budget. But if you look at this year, this is where we wanted to get to. It's important. If you look at fiscal 23, there's the budget, and there's where we had projected tuition revenue. So during the year last year, we had to cut dollars out of our budget because the funds were not there. And that's what led to the 6% reduction as we went into fiscal 24. We budgeted fiscal 24 at $246.5 million, a nice round number for tuition. And right now it looks like we will exceed that slightly. But that is really based on fall's enrollment. We have not seen the effect of the persistence from the fall term to the spring term yet. So we have to factor that in, but we're hopeful that there is, at least we're on the better side of this now that we have budgeted appropriately for the year, and we'll be able to move forward knowing that this is where we will land for next year. We went a little bit further as we were looking at the enrollments, because it's one thing to say we've lost these students over time, but we wanted to look at the units that made up that enrollment, not just the student, but the credit hours that these students are generating and where those credit hours are. So this is a newer chart for us, and it's just the fall term for the last 6 terms, the credit hours that were generated, and that change across the top is from term to term. So we were down 3.1% in credit hours for this fall. We knew that was coming. We knew we had graduated a higher class. We're going to do the same thing for spring, and we're going to make this information a piece of the material that our academic units will come to our fiscal 25 budget hearings so that we have it as a metric. Elizabeth has also asked that we have it for 10 years, and we also have how many faculty FTE we have within each of these colleges, because this is the next step. And I know this is something that you have not seen in this level of detail before. This is those credit hour losses at the college level. And so you see here fall of 19 compared to fall 23, the single year change and the 5-year change. And that this is really the challenge. It's one thing to look at it holistically and the number coming down, but then when you get all the way to the college level, it's where it's like, this is significant. The biggest one, of course, is pharmacy. I mentioned before, Daryl and I just had a conversation this week about pharmacy education, what its long-term plan is. And that's the kind of discussion we need to have as we start moving into fiscal 25 budget development, is what do we do with this now that we have this, and have it as a metric when we talk about our budget.
Can I just ask a quick question? Are you counting, I feel like if students enroll to a certain level, they can keep taking more courses beyond that without paying. So are you counting paid for courses here, or are you counting total courses?
I think it's just credit hours. Chris, do you know the answer to that? Or actually, you pulled us info from Chris.
Credit hours taken.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So yes, it includes the free hours, to your point, Regent McDonald, yes. Yes, it is. Daryl, I know you're in the room. Do you want to step up and speak to that? Because that is a significant one. There he is.
So Regent Dickinson, your question was, is it
Industry-wide.
it is an industry-wide? Yeah, so it's industry-wide across the nation. There are fewer students enrolling. There's actually, at this point, in some ways, more jobs available. So it's a little bit of a conundrum in terms of the impacts and the way that this is rolling out. We could see this coming. Pharmacy has made great efforts in advertising, trying to recruit, trying to retain, but it is a challenge across the nation.
And we also have looked at we've also looked at these hours at the campus level. Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, I didn't see you.
I was just going to mention that one of the reasons why I suggested we might want to look at this at 10 years, that may seem like a long time, but as a research university, our proportion of tenure track faculty is very high. And when we invest in tenure track faculty, we hope they stay at the university at least 10 years, and many of them much more than that. And so I also wanted to see, if you look at 2019 to current, 2019 was the highest hill to fall from, because that was our largest incoming class. And so I wanted to make sure we were seeing, both the mouse that came into the snake and the mouse going out of the snake, and, what is COVID, what is just that high enrollment, and try to smooth out the trends a little bit, because otherwise you can't invest in tenure track faculty this year, but not next year, because they by definition are going to be with us, if you see what I'm saying. So our human resources are not easy to adjust once we hire our faculty. So I think that long-term trend will help us just see into the data.
Thank you for that. And we'll have each of the terms for that 10-year period plus the faculty FTE. But then there's another cut of the same info coming, and that's at the campus level. And of course, Daryl said to me earlier this week, well, now can we have the campus level and the college underneath campuses? That's the next cut. We don't have that one yet, but we will get to that so that we can see at the campuses for each of the colleges where the changes have occurred. So I just wanted to show you the level of detail that we're trying to get to, so we have these information points available when we start our budget discussions.
Could I just ask a question? This is powerful information, and I think Provost and Chancellor Chilton, your comment about the 10-year trend is helpful. I'm curious, now what? So with data comes the opportunity to make informed decision-making. Right. And so you may be getting there, but it's hard to see these numbers and not have a lot of questions beyond just some obvious 5-year trends that demonstrate some big percentages that feel like there needs to be a discussion about. And so
yeah. I appreciate the question. And I think that we're sort of at the infancy of deciding how to use the info. We've been through a period where we've done a lot of across the board reductions. And I think that we would all agree that we can't do that any longer. We're going to jeopardize some things, and maybe some things we need to start looking at. Is this in the Washington State University portfolio, both on the instructional side and on the administrative side? Is what do we not do any longer? Because that's really the point that I think that we're all arriving at. It may be that we look at this though, and then compare, especially this one, to what are the needs of the community, what are the needs of the state, and what does Washington State University do exceptionally well? And perhaps we're under investing in something, and this is the opportunity to identify that as well. So it's not necessarily a path forward to reduction, but it's a path forward to make decisions about what is it that we're going to do, because the days of any higher ed being able to be everything to everybody are just over. All right. Some good information out of the core funds. You saw the piece that's related to tuition and the state appropriation, but the indirect cost recovery, the dollars that we receive from the facilities and administration fee are up because we are receiving more grants and expending more grants. So there's an increase there. A lot of our F&A dollars are part of our base. We put a portion towards infrastructure, the utilities, a portion of that, but we also cover things that are specific to research, like the vivarium and things that are related to that. But the increase there is really good news. Beside that, you see administrative fees and interest. We do charge each other fees, but interest is really the winner here. But we have to be careful about it because we do have a lot of dollars in the bank. interest rates have gone up, but we can't make that part of our base budget because the dollars will come down and interest rates will come down. So we have to be exactly the instant, yes, you're living that every day. Yeah, we just have to be really careful not to build that into the base. We're also in some discussion with the foundation right now about some of our fund balances on the university side that are accruing from distributions from the endowment that may not be spent in the time period that they're expected. So there may be a possibility to have some of those go back to the foundation to earn interest for the campaign and for other things. So we're walking through that right now, but we have to be very careful not to build that into the base. Overall, the expenditures, we are up about $10 million year over year. You can see that just the black portion of the bar. And remember, this is only through November. And you can see it's really across all of our items. So salaries and wages being the biggest, and that's the scale of that is hard to tell on the chart there, but that is by far the largest. We did have a mass salary increase that was effective on July 1 for our classified and civil service employees. Our AP and faculty was not effective until October 1, so there's only 2 months of that inside this. So that's going to escalate faster in this back part of the year because that increase was so late. But this is really what we're looking at is, are we expending dollars on plan? Are we going to be on plan at the end of the year? What we need to do, this is institutional level. I probably should have said that at the beginning. It's not by campus. It's not by unit. That's the next step, is really to be able to break down by campus what's happening and by unit what's happening so that we can project forward. Because I think the whole point of the presentation that we had about 23 and 24, it's not just that we report on the financial information after the fact. We need to know it in real time, and we need to be able to use it to plan for the future. And so that's what we're doing. This is one that needs a little bit of work. And this, we pulled this from OSPA as well, the number of employees. So you saw that salaries and wages were up. Part of that is because there are more employees. Part of that is because there was a pretty big drop in the number of FTE filled positions through the Great Resignation. And those positions started to be filled in fiscal 23, and we're seeing that continue. This doesn't align perfectly with HR, and we're trying to work out why would HR data be a little bit different from OSPA data, but this is at least consistent across these 3 years, but you can see where we have added some of these positions, and we just need to dig into this farther and at the unit level to see where they've been added.
That doesn't feel like it aligns either with per student. So why is the FTE count going up if student enrollment for a period of time was going down? And I understand it's not apples to apples, but there is alignment that you would be looking for.
And that's a metric that you see in a lot of rating information. US News has a ratio that's there. So we need to just dig into that more. Some of this, though, I mean, if we look at the AP, particularly in the classified, it's vacant positions that had been vacant for longer periods of time and now got filled. So having the longer time horizon, like Elizabeth suggested, for the credit hours may be more appropriate here as well. And so what do we do with this next? We're going to continue to refine this, and the hope is to build this into a dashboard that we can see updated on a monthly basis so we can monitor that along the way. Again, to get a little bit more granular, either at the campus or the unit or both level. Really what I'm aiming for and on Matt's to-do list for next year is to start thinking about how we can produce a quarterly financial statement, not something that we bring you, but something that we're able to use, because here we are, the end of January, we only have 5 months left in the fiscal year. We should be able to know what our fiscal 24 financial statement looks like. I mean, we kind of know what's going on. So why can't we tell what those numbers are so that we're planning for that? Because what's really critically important is using that to then inform how fiscal 25's budget will look. We're putting together an internal group of folks who will be looking at this on a monthly basis. What those metrics are, trying to evolve that to where it's something that's just more usable. And then we'll have a planned way to communicate this to our chancellors, to our deans, to the System Leadership Council, and of course to you guys. And I think that's it.
Regent Shower, do you have a question?
I do. I actually have two. I was curious about your comment around budget cuts. And so we certainly have heard from interested members of the WSU community about straight across the board cuts. And their dissatisfaction with that. The opposite will also occur if you don't choose straight across the board cuts and you look at specific areas and a justification for why. So I'm curious what the strategy or plan is for budget cuts.
So as we're going into fiscal 25 budget development, we're going to ask all of our units to show us what the impact of a 1, a 3, and a 5% reduction could look like. And it's not just what the dollars are, but what is the service impact? What is the impact to the campus? So, I mean, for instance, we could say in facilities, we could remove some of our custodians, for instance. It's not preferable for sure, but what's the impact of the campus? Well, things still have to be cleaned to a level of a standard that we expect. So it impacts like that. I know Matt has one that's really acute to him. You saw that the growth in grants and contracts is up. Well, that means that Matt has to have folks in sponsored program services that are able to manage the back end, the pre-award and post-award for that. If we start taking folks away from him, then we're starving something else in the institution. So it's weighing those things. With across the board, you just don't see the impacts of that. But then you have to make decisions about what are the priorities.
And then I'll just use our little card here on our equity impact assessment tool. It becomes also difficult as we try to center equity, how we make budget decisions when at the core of, you know, equity is there's a power in the dollar and how we spend it. So my next question is around salaries. As an employer, I'm seeing wage increases just because of market pressure, but then I'm also seeing the state tell me that minimum wage and then the minimum salary amount has increased pretty significantly, which has had a ripple effect on our workforce, many of whom are new WSU graduates. And so I'm curious if you could speak at all to kind of the plan around the salaries so that we're both staying in compliance and then also ensuring that that continues to be an area that
I'll answer the part about the compliance piece, but I'd like Kirk to weigh in on the mass salary increase and the issue with the state, the percentage that they fund versus the entire amount. The first part of that, as you know, we've had some increased union activity. We've just, we're getting to an agreement with our graduate students and that there's an impact there. The other is just, as you said, Washington's raising, and I think you're referring to the minimum for exemption. We are seeing that. And I think those decisions are disparate across units of, yes, this person can be hourly and will be in an overtime situation, or no, this person really needs to stay exempt. So those are challenges at the unit level. We have not holistically looked at funding from central, if you'll call it that, those changes as they occur. I think we're a little bit past, I had some human resources support here of what occurred at the height of the Great Resignation, because that had an impact on salaries too. They went up at that point as well. And I think the way that was handled at units, there were decisions made to not fill some positions to strengthen other positions. And I think that's a challenge that we see with our lack of position control or position management. There's no longer an explicit link in our budget for not Leslie Brunelli, but my position carries forward into the budget. So I have some concerns that could lead to structural budget deficits if there's not a tie 1-to-1 between position and budget. Because we are going to fund the positions unless we're not, especially on the academic side when there's tenured people involved. Kirk, do you want to speak to the salary increase piece?
As I think as the board knows, one of our challenges we have in the state of Washington is when they announce a 3% salary increase, we only get approximately 2/3 of that money from the state. And so what that does is that means we've got to come up with any additional amount beyond that through our own internal resources. And normally the state would say that should come from your maximum allowed tuition increase. And so that just complicates our ability to compensate faculty and staff at the level that we would really like to. And a lot of that comes back to our continuing progress in enrollment and stabilization on our enrollment. And then as we generate additional revenues, it allows us to make choices on where we spend those, which could be salaries, or it could be inflationary costs and other types of things. So that's going to continue to be an issue for us. And legislatively, I think we have to develop a different strategy than we've used in the past about how do we continue to move that percentage up more closely to 100%, so that the state says we're going to fund a 4% salary increase. We actually get a budget that will fund that fully for WSU. And we made progress on that fund split a couple of years ago and moved the percentage up some, so the state was paying more. And I think, the temptation has been, well, let's just go to 100%, which we would love to do. We may need to take a more graduated approach to that and say we'd like to get to 100%, but it may have to happen over several legislative sessions, because I think instead of taking the full bite of the apple, by doing it in a couple jumps, we may actually be able to get there. So that may be more than anybody wanted, but.
Regent Dickinson.
So just going back, I'm struggling on the employee fall FTE, and when we talk about filling vacant positions, what is the mechanism, and is that what you're referring to, Leslie, around a position with funding the position with actually a budget tied to it? Because typically when you are looking to make budget cuts, or you're trying to cut, you're keeping those vacant positions open and you're not filling them, because that's the easiest way and the quickest way to financially get yourself stabilized.
Yeah.
And I mean, at some point you can't cut your way out of this, right? So that I'm not fully understanding the growth of the FTE when enrollment's this way and we know we have budget constraints.
Right. I hear you. That is my concern as well.
I mean, I might, the reason why I had asked for looking at this in a 10-year, you can imagine, and I was not at WSU in 2018 and 2019, right? But we had these big classes and, no one knew the pandemic was coming. And I could imagine we need to provide classes for these students coming in. And I can imagine, I'm just hypothesizing here, that there was hiring because there had been previous cuts after 2008. It's like, okay, now we need to have instructors. And so you start to hire, and then COVID hits and enrollment drops. And as I say, you can't, or shouldn't lay off faculty on a dime. That's not how the university works. You have to move it slowly. This is why a lot of universities nationally have focused on non-tenure track faculty, which I think is a mistake for a research university. But it does mean that we have to look at this in the long picture, because one of the things Kirk said to me last year when we started to see first-year student enrollment go up, even though our overall enrollment went down because we graduated people, what Kirk said to me is, would you please check with the College of Arts and Sciences, because that's where our students take most of their first 2 years. And if they show up and we're like, oh, sorry, you can't get into that class, you can't get into this class, you can't get into that class, that is going to be leading to further enrollment decline. So that's the needle that we're trying to thread, is how you sort of think in the bigger picture rather than just in a year-to-year or biennial. So that's what makes higher ed a little bit of a different animal. I don't know if that helps, Marty.
Any other questions? Okay, so it is a challenge to connect the dots. You've seen quality improvement in recent years. And so I think going into next year, we'll continue to work with the better data that we have.
Yeah, if I could, I think Regent Dickinson's question, though, generally is a really good one. We got to keep looking at the data so we understand the trends. But to me, I almost go back. This is very similar to where we were with strategic planning a couple of years ago, where we had lots of data, but it wasn't kind of connected. And I think now the question is, we got to connect the data and the trends with finance, with budgeting, with what we're doing. And I think there's an effort to do that. And Leslie asked ahead of the presentation how comfortable I was for her showing some of this. And I said, we've got to get it out in front of the regents. No, but we don't have complete answers to a lot of it. But as people have questions, we need to collect them. And that can then help us as we develop tools to measure some of this moving forward. So I think these are great questions, and I think all of us in the room probably have the same ones. And so let's make sure we come back with some answers, in future Regents meetings. So appreciate it.
Transparency is much.
Yeah, the transparency and the facing into the challenge. We see these trends across the nation. We're not, we see you really addressing the issues. Okay, so now we're going to pivot. We're going to do a mindset shift into athletics. It's part of the overall challenge that we have. So for information items 3 and 4, we're going to try to accelerate, but we have a guest speaker. And Leslie, maybe I could you and John introduce our speaker.
Sure. I'll ask that John do that and make sure that he is available. Mike Alden. All right, great. In your materials, you have the update to fiscal 24. Since we spent some time with you in the last few weeks to go through that, we're not going to spend time on that this meeting. But I did want John to give just the briefest of update on 23 to finally put that to bed. Why don't you just go ahead and do that?
Thanks, Leslie. As you mentioned, I'll be very, very brief. The last time we brought FY23 to this group was the September discussion. At that point, we had been forecasting $11.9 million deficit. We've completed our year-end work with Ide Bailey, who you heard from earlier. We've finalized that, confirmed that final year-end deficit is $11.9 million. That's been submitted to the NCAA and is now part of our post on our website and public, and we can finally put FY23 to bed. Any questions on 23? So joining us virtually, then we have Mike Alden and Tim Hickman, both with MRJ Advisors. Mike founded the group back in 2016. Mike has served as an athletic director at the highest level, most recently at University of Missouri, and then remains engaged in all sorts of committees nationally in the NCAA landscape. Tim was a athletic CFO at the University of Missouri for several years as well. He and I speak very similar athletic finance language. So we've had some good banter back and forth during our work. We engaged with them to try and understand kind of the athletics benchmarking and financial landscape, as there's a number of things moving at the national level, and we prepare for our transitions moving forward. So Mike and Tim, I'll turn it over to you, and I have control of the presentation here. Just let me know in advance.
Well, thank you. I hope that you can hear me okay, and my apologies. I am zooming from the baggage claim area in South Florida, thanks to American Airlines today. So my apologies. If it's noisy in the background, please just talk over me and I'll mute myself. But my name is Mike Alden, and my colleague Tim Hickman is on the Zoom with us as well too, and you'll hear from both of us today on this presentation. I want to thank Regent Ramos, as well as the board for the opportunity to present today. I certainly want to thank President Schultz and the team at WSU for the opportunity to work with all of you as well too. If I could go to the first slide after this, please. This just gives you a little bit more background of us, but certainly we've worked with many schools all over the country and have had an opportunity to work in several different capacities, generally for presidents, CEOs, or boards. And on the Washington State project, we were asked to be able to engage with Washington State back in September or October that really centered around a benchmarking study, as well as putting together various scenarios relative to current and future financial implications, as well as the state of college athletics as it is today and what we see coming up in the future. The next slide will talk to you a little bit about some of the current considerations in college athletics. And I don't tend to go through each one of these for you, but I do want to mention a couple of these. Certainly, one of the main reasons why we're on campus at Washington State has to do with conference affiliation. And certainly that has been a very disruptive force around the country over the course of the last decade, and especially over the last year, and in particular as it pertains to the Pac-12, as you all know. I think some other things that you're seeing take place today, those current considerations include the fact that we've got NIL, Alston, and a transfer portal, which is completely different today than it was just 2 years ago in college athletics, and really has changed the dynamics of the athletic enterprise, as well as recruitment, retention, and graduation of student athletes around the country. Student athlete well-being is a huge issue each and every day, and continuing to provide enhancements for our student athletes is so critically important. I will tell you, in our observations and our work with Washington State, you should be very, very proud of the student athlete well-being experience that your kids have a chance to experience there in Pullman and at Washington State. As far as the project is concerned, and in a moment, I'll turn this over to Tim, but we were asked to be able to benchmark Washington State against several schools around the country. And one of those that we have benchmarked against is Oregon State, primarily because that, as well as Washington State, are two schools currently within the Pac-12 that would mirror each other on several levels. We also put together some information on the newest, what we would call Power 5 schools. So you'll see some references to the University of Cincinnati, University of Central Florida, as well as Houston. And then those up and coming schools that are out there, those that are desirous of making maybe the next move to a higher profile multimedia rights deal or a conference. And with that being said, let me turn this over to Tim Hickman, my colleague, and he can talk a little bit through these pie charts as well as the next couple of slides.
And as Mike mentioned, we've looked at various modeling and scenarios, and John and I have had some great banter back and forth. So I've appreciated that as well. But what we're going to focus on here today, I think the big question is, ultimately is, and the big variable is what level you compete in the sport of football. And so we're taking a look at, as Mike mentioned, those, what we have labeled here as those new autonomous average. So the average of Central Florida, Cincinnati, and Houston, which are the most recent schools, public institutions that moved up into a Power 5 or autonomous level. And then those that are trying to poise themselves to do that as well too would be the up and coming. But as you can see here from these comparative pie charts, the big variable here is the support provided, and the support is, that comes from the institution, and it may come in the form of student fees, direct cash support, indirect services, and in some schools' cases, they may have a line item in their state budget that's a government line item that goes as well too. So, in the case of those that are moving up, and let me back up one thing. I want to point out that we are currently using the FY24 projections for Washington State, and we're using FY22 for all the other schools. That's the most recent full set of data we can get. Now the FY23 reports were just submitted, and so that data will be available in the next 30 to 60 days. So we'll be able to update this a little bit. But as you can see, the direct correlation really between the support provided or conference revenue. So in the case of both Oregon State and Washington State, the gray is the conference revenue. So roughly half of the budget comes from that source. It's flipped in the other cases where that's support that comes from the institution in some form. So this gives you kind of a stark look. And it's good to note that FY22 was the year before those schools moved up, and so they've been kind of preparing themselves for a while and positioning themselves to make that jump. You want to go to expenses now, John?
Yeah, real quick, if I could, just as a point of emphasis, I know Tim mentioned it, just the flip there between what's gray on the pie chart there in our current environment and the blue, they're almost directly inverted, which will be the challenge that we'll have to overcome moving forward.
Can you clarify support, what that constitutes?
Yeah, it's either coming through as a direct cash injection from the institution or in the support of a waiver of some sort to offset financial aid.
Definition also includes student fees too. So
yes.
Yeah. Any other comments, John?
No, thank you.
So when you look at the expenses, there's there's not as much variance amongst the schools, and obviously these are percentages of their budgets, and so I think it's good to note that really the way budgets are structured for athletic programs don't vary that much other than the total. And so, I mean, I just recently looked at the highest budget in Division I sports last year, or FY22, was Ohio State. And the lowest was Louisiana Monroe in the FBS level. They both had relatively the same percentage of their expenses for salaries, for instance. And so there's not a lot of variance here. I think as you potentially look to adjust budgets, though, you know, your situation is a little unprecedented. And if you were to need to adjust down, I think the biggest challenges would be areas of existing contracts that may exist. So whether it's employment contracts, vendors, other contracts like that may be set for a bit of time. You've got debt that is kind of established, and they went over debt earlier in the presentation. That is fixed for a little bit. So that kind of is what it is. And then travel, you kind of, Pullman is where it is. And so it's not always the simplest travel options to getting to or from Pullman. So I think those would be some challenges to adjustments of the expense side of the budget. Anything to add there, John? Okay. Next, we'll look specifically at the support piece of that. So this is what we defined, and you can see those areas of student fees, institutional support, which is cash, the indirect, which may be services provided or that the campus provides in a service type to athletics. And then, as I mentioned, government support. The biggest ones are obviously student fees and institutional support. So you can see a drastic difference here between those schools that we mirrored and benchmarked here against where Washington State is currently at. So that's the visual slide, I think, that makes an impact.
Let me add to Tim's comments, if he can come back to that one slide, that last paragraph there. Relative to the autonomous group that we benchmarked against, and that has to do with the University of Central Florida, the University of Houston, and the University of Cincinnati, and that's represented by the third bar graph, which shows $41.4 million is being provided to their athletic department from those sources that we've discussed previously. We do not predict that there will be a direct cause and effect, that as they enter the Big 12 conference, that you're going to see this number be reduced significantly, at least over the course of 5 to 7 years. That over the course of time, that number will be reduced, but for at least the next 5 to 7 years, through our work, we believe that they'll maintain institutional support at that level, and the additive piece on that will be the Big 12 conference revenue that they'll gain on once they become full members into that league. I just wanted to share that with you. Are there any questions relative to this particular slide? I know I heard a question earlier about the support and what makes up support.
What is government support? What are we talking about there? Is it state government? In what type of support are they giving?
That's typically, and you can see it's not a huge number, but there are a number of schools that maybe have a line item that goes towards athletics, and that's reflected in that number.
Two of those, I know what they are. One of them is Colorado State University just recently did their football stadium, and they received direct support from the state for debt service for that as a economic engine. The other is UNLV. They receive accommodations tax from the area for their sports operations.
So is it usually kind of infrastructure stuff? Or
well,
okay.
not necessarily.
Not always.
I mean, the UNLV is cash, man.
Yeah.
So the Colorado State is for the facility, but UNLV is just dollars into their budget.
Yeah, one other thing I would add there is sometimes that is directly tagged by the state to be used for the athletic department, or it's funneled to the institution with no earmarks, and the institution can decide then to directly pass that through, which some have elected to do.
On the institutional support, is some of that donor support as well, or is that a totally different category?
That's a totally different category. That's contributions.
Okay.
Yeah, these are dollars as if the athletics is a line item in the operating budget, and these are dollars from the institution into athletics in most cases, or the blue part is the student fee.
Okay, and then the other question for, on these that are giving a large amount of institutional support, are their overall budgets, are they much larger universities, overall budgets larger, or?
Can you go back to the slide that shows the budgets?
Testing my abilities
Yeah,
here.
yeah, he's going back.
I'm talking about overall university.
Well, I mean,
okay.
you can look at this. Some of them are hard to compare, Regent Powell, because all three of those, I think, have hospitals. Whenever an institution has a hospital in their budget, it blows the comparison out. And I know Cincinnati does, I think Houston does, and I think UCF might too. So if we could get the comparison without the hospital, it would be a lot more meaningful. Tim or Mike, do you know the answer to that? I'll look at those, the ones that are up there, but
I
that
do
is
not
a real.
have that readily available. I know Central
Okay.
Florida is bigger. I'm not sure about some of the others, but we can find that.
I was just trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're much larger. Okay. Because I was
Yeah, in
trying to
terms
figure
of
out how they can afford to support the athletics to such a large extent.
John and I did a quick pass of something that had some metrics on it, were overall student enrollment. And I know Mike and Tim have this too, but also research expenditures, just so we could see what are the things that we would look at when we compare ourselves to these folks. So we can pull that out and send that to you.
I think that this slide, I had leaned over to Kirk, is an important story that our state elected officials need to understand, because I think we've had some confusion. I know I've experienced confusion with certain elected officials who think somehow we are infusing dollars from our institution. I think it's important our faculty has a good understanding of this, because I think there's a misconception at times within our faculty that think how we are funding athletics, especially when you go back to looking at the distribution of debt in our organization, and that athletics as well as academics are fairly equal to how we have the debt we've taken on behalf of both of those very important factors. And then I think it's a really important, and I wish that we had somebody from our athletic department on, but that's a story we should be telling our donors, because Washington State alumni can do better in changing what that pie chart looks like. And really, quite frankly, needs to do better to be relevant and stay relevant in what's going to happen in the coming years in college sports.
So if I could, Mike, thanks for doing this for us. And I met Mike, my first year as president of Kansas State, when he was still AD at Missouri. So it's, we appreciate him and his team coming and doing this. To me, what the takeaway, I think, for the board is this is just really at this point some information that helps describe some of the challenges we have ahead. I think the expense comparison shows that our style of doing expenses, whether it's bigger or smaller, is right in line with what everybody else is in terms of percentage. And I think that's helpful to know. We're not way out of line compared to smaller schools, bigger schools. The fact Ohio State and some of those will look exactly the same in percentages is helpful. I think our biggest challenge isn't just shrinking, it's how do we redistribute our revenues coming in to support what's doing. You can't do that overnight, but it shows some of the challenge that we have. Now, a couple of these schools like Houston, I'm well aware, a few years ago, they just said we are going to invest a lot of institutional support because we want to put ourselves in a position to do that. And they made a decision. And I don't think at all those institutions necessarily everybody on those campuses would have thought that that was a strategic decision to make, but that's the one they did. So to me, I think this is information at this point. If you say, what's the plan? That's what we still got to work on and develop. But I think this is a good snapshot that describes maybe the challenge really well. It's not just shrinking the budget. It is how we manage the different revenue and mostly the different revenue sources is really where our challenge is.
I think that's really important. As I look at this, I was curious what the percentage of student fees was versus the other support. In particular, to your comment, Regent Dickinson, when we think about our alumni, if there's a potential ask for our students to spend more to offset our costs for athletics, I would also want to be asking our alumni to do so as well. So these are really powerful slides, and having comparables help to frame that story.
Also, people may wonder where Pat is. He serves as a national chair of a group, and it just happened to be meeting, and he is literally on an airplane now. So I told Pat, go do your thing. We need you to be representing us nationally, but that's why Pat's not with us today. So for a good reason.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, John? Okay.
Seems to have, there we go. Mike, I'll go to the last slide here on some of the other national items.
If you could, because, thank you, John. What we're trying to do here in this slide is just give you some ideas of some of the issues or the considerations that are going to be coming up in college athletics. And Tim talked about this earlier, but college football today has probably never been more popular than it is today. And by most multimedia rights deals, they anticipate it's going to get even more popular, and that's a driving factor. But the considerations on what football may be doing relative to the NCAA governance and with regards to alignment of schools is going to be something that is going to be addressed here in the next few years. Secondly, the legal issues and the lawsuits that are out there right now certainly can have a dramatic effect on college athletics, in particular, the two that we cite on this slide. And then finally, the continued understanding that the Title IX, and we put in here compliance, really, it isn't necessarily about compliance. It's about doing what we need to be doing for both our men and women student athletes on our campuses. That's going to continue to be a driving factor, particularly as it pertains to NIL, Alston, as well as revenue sharing models, which may come into play here in the next couple of years. So what we tried to show you here is this is probably some of the most dynamic time in college athletics over the past several decades. Certainly, I think no one has a crystal ball about what's going to happen here in the next 2 or 3 years, but this gives you an idea of some of the major considerations that we think are important to think about.
Okay. We have lots to think about, but good data, and data sets us free, and now we get to wrap our head around it and get a plan from you, right? So
I've never done a Zoom meeting from the baggage claim at an airport. So Mike, you've reset the bar. I've got a challenge ahead of me now to see if I can figure out how to do that somewhere.
Well, I'm
win an
glad
Emmy
that
for that.
at
That's
least
a pretty good
working a little
presentation.
bit, and they weren't coming off the baggage claim here recently.
thank you, Mike. Thank you, Tim. Regent Blankenship, did you have something? Okay. Oh.
Brett, we worked hard to do that. I mean,
I was almost tongue in cheek. I was going to ask Mike if he had any thoughts on how the ACC Florida State thing might come out.
We've done a little bit of work in that league, and certainly that's a real challenge, and what's taken place there. I think that the grant of rights deal that they have in the ACC, people have challenged that for the last 5 years to a high level, and so far it's like Teflon. So I think their bluster that they've had out there, and certainly their public statements about what they want to do, as of right now, that hasn't affected the grant of rights or what they're locked into.
Okay, so we'll conclude our athletics. Thanks, Mike and Tim, and safe travels. We are next, going into our 9 future action items and 2 action items. And so we'll continue on. And if you need a break, just take a break. But at this point, Leslie's going to be joined by our Chancellor, Daryl DeWald.
Thank you, Regent Ramos. I think we can do this one very quickly. This is a future action item for the medical school tuition for the fiscal 25 academic term. The reason it's not with the others that are moving forward towards action today is that we initially thought that we would do something different with the School of Medicine. We are aware that the resources for the School of Medicine are challenged, and they have made requests for additional resources, which frankly would need to be coming from the undergraduate population or from other sources. So we're trying to look internally first at what can we do, what flexibility do we have with medical school tuition, and initially had looked at a higher tuition increase for the entering class and then phase it in over time as those classes work their way through. And then we looked at a higher rate overall, but now we have ultimately gone back to the 3% increase that we are asking from the undergrad and graduate students. Daryl, do you want to provide any more context for that?
I don't think so, except to say that the College of Medicine has done a very thorough analysis, and they are concerned about the debt load for their students. And we're trying to offset that through different revenue sources. And the debt load does affect a potential accreditation. So some outcomes there. So they're very careful with that. They've been very thoughtful. The Dean Record has engaged with Leslie and I in a meaningful way. We've evaluated this. We do anticipate there will be additional increases in tuition in the future, but this seems like a good way to go for now. Be glad to entertain any questions about that, but don't want to belabor the point.
Daryl, we've had some presentations on how a lot of our undergraduate students have alternative sources of funding. Can you give us any insight into medical students? Do they have, what kinds of funding sources do they have to pay for their education?
They generally don't have alternative sources. We recruit a class that represents the state of Washington well. And we have to consider that these are high representation first gen type of students, and students that don't generally have the type of resources that overall students going into medical school would. The offset for the costs are partially made up by scholarships, and we will endeavor to increase the scholarship pool and the endowments that are in the College of Medicine to help offset the cost for our student population.
So a lot of their education then is financed by loans.
Yes, it is. Yep, they have to take out loans. So we're trying to help them. They have financial advisors before and during the time they enter the college. So there's a lot of investment made to help them with that, but they do have to take out significant loans. And the actual debt calculation for our students is part of what is reported on a yearly basis to LCME, the accrediting body.
Daryl, can you help me understand this table 2, the 2024 total cost of attendance? Because I may be misunderstanding something that I'm reading, but we're talking about a proposed annual increase of 42,000, but I'm not sure how that aligns with the table. That table where it calls for us, if I can go back and find ours again, of 72.5. On that, I don't understand how those numbers track.
Yes, I would have to go back, but I think what you're referring to is total cost for attendance, which would be the housing, food, all things are folded into that.
Oh, okay. That's what, okay.
Yeah, going from 40,900 to a 42 and change is actually the tuition cost.
Right.
Okay, so
It's
it's a total comprehensive cost.
Right, that's the
Yes.
cost. And we
All
do
right.
the same for the undergrads to show what the cost of attendance is, but it is presuming, living arrangement, transportation.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah. The increase requested is 3%, it's $1,227.
Yeah.
Thank you. So our second future action item is the proposed academic year 2024-2025 housing and dining rate. And we'll have Chancellor Chilton also helping with Jenna Hyatt here.
And I think, there we go. We have a student joining us as well.
Great.
You need.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Jenna, I just want to do a quick introduction for those who may not know you. This is Jenna Hyatt, the interim vice chancellor for student affairs. We're so very grateful that she took a short break from her dean of students role. I'm sure you're not actually taking a break from that role to serve as an interim vice chancellor until the arrival of Ramondo Nash, who's coming later this spring. But just thank you for your leadership and for being here today.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. You know, the Pullman Housing and Dining System is a self-sustaining auxiliary unit, and it's required to establish its own room and board rates to be able to meet operational costs, much of which we've discussed today. And the true residential experience is best illuminated by a student who serves on the advisory board, and to be able to share that. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you, Sophie.
Hi. Thank you for having me here today. I'm so excited to have the opportunity to present a part of the housing and dining budget through the perspective of a student. Yeah, my name is Sophie Kirov. I'm the ASWSU Pullman representative for the Housing and Dining or Living on Campus Advisory Board for the 24-25 academic school year. And I'd like to present some of the considerations that went behind deciding the rates for the coming year. Okay. Okay, this slide represents kind of the rationale that went behind the rates. And in your narrative sheet or your future action item sheet, and attachment 1 has the breakdown percentage increases for each of the residential halls, dining rates, and the apartments. And you can see that there, but I kind of wanted to explain the nuance behind why we chose those rates. Per the tier system, we have divided the residence halls and the apartments into 4 tiers based on the amenities, the cleanliness, the newness, and the convenience of each dorm and apartment. And they are, for the residence halls, they increase, I think it's 5, 7, and 10% based on tier. And for the apartments, it is less. 1, 3, and 5. Yes, and we made this kind of very conscious tier-based decision because we wanted to be very equitable in how the how it's distributed based on student demand and kind of student capacity. There's a lot of demand on the tier or for the tier 1 dorms, which are the newest, most convenient dorms. But there isn't the supply to fill that demand. So a lot of people end up in the tier 4 dorms, which is the most abundant, but also the least convenient and the least new dorms. And from my perspective, I really came to WSU and chose the cheapest dorm rate so that I can scrimp and save. And being in the advisory board, I learned that that wasn't the case for everyone. And so we wanted to kind of shift the burden of meeting inflation demands and kind of, catering to having to increase the rates to kind of more of the people who can afford to be in a tier 1 dorm. So that's how we decided on the different rates instead of having like a base rate, everyone increasing the same amount percentage. And you can see in the sheet that kind of the amenities also correspond to a different rate increase. And that's by having like a single bathroom or a single room, community bathroom. Those were all considerations into the more nuanced parts of the breakdown. Yes, I would like to talk a little bit about what the Living on Campus Advisory Board is made of. It's composed of 11 members, 7 of which are students. And I am one of the students. And this rate increase, I want to point out, was a unanimous decision across the voting board members. So we're really happy to have been able to arrive at that happy conclusion. Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide. Okay, this is kind of just more of the overview of the breakdowns, but you can see in attachment A what that looks like. And I'd like to point out in the apartment section, there is a significantly smaller increase in the rates. And this is to kind of accommodate the situation that graduate students are in compared to maybe first year students that come to Pullman and are funded mostly by their parents or, yeah, their parents. And graduate students, a big majority are composed of international students who can only afford to work 20 hours per their student visa agreement. And they are limited in that way to, be accommodating of any rate increase. So we were really mindful of that. Our GPSA representative Pell was a huge advocate for making sure that it was a fair and kind of even distribution across apartments and res halls, but mostly in the apartment area. For the dining plan, and for the housing, you can see that there's kind of a big range, $50 to $80 for the housing, and then $40 to $150 for the dining plans. We made a kind of a bigger gap from like the lower plans to the more like desirable plan because we wanted to keep the entry point low while still having like the more luxury options for people who can afford that. Okay. This is the summary of kind of our efforts. And I can speak to the student impacts mostly, and I'll transition to Dr. Hyatt for the institutional goals. But our main role in the advisory board was to come up with rate adjustments that were just very equitable as possible, and kind of doesn't take away from the student experience. Just from like a personal perspective, I really appreciated how much effort went into, just especially from the administrator side, being conscious of how we increase it and how we can cater to the most variety of students, but also mainly to the students who cannot afford to sustain like ever increasing rates for housing. So I'm very pleased at where we landed. I'll transition over to Dr. Hyatt for the institutional goals.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Without a doubt, a residential experience impacts recruitment and retention models for any institution. And that experience matters greatly. And so the investments we have to make are all by the students that live there because it's an auxiliary unit. And so that responsibility is a burden to advisory committees such as this and the institution to be very aware of how we contribute to keep up with those facilities. We talked about aged facilities and outlasting the length of an institution's capabilities of facility. And so that's what this is to keep up with those demands and those needs to be operational and to keep our residence halls very open and interested for students such as Sophie to live in. So any questions?
I would just.
Oh, you have to cut yours off. It only lets a certain number of them be read.
Right. Sophie, great job. And next time I have something that I want the board to do, I'd like you to present it on my behalf. So thank you very much.
So a couple questions or a couple of things. I really appreciate the lens in which this was looked through and the methodology. So thank you. And hearing it from your perspective, being someone that lived in Striped-Parham just a few years ago. And even then it was on, I would assume it was tier 4 because I wasn't a tier system, but it was still the bottom of the barrel. So I think it's interesting, and probably Leslie, and I mean, as we look at our debt load again, that tier 4 is heavy And we're tier 2 and tier 1 from an experience standpoint. This tier 1 and tier 2 do matter in recruitment and retention of students around quality of product. And so just because it's cheaper doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to make your experience better. So I just, something for the Regents to be consistently looking at too on that front, again, having lived in striped param a few years ago. So my other question that I know is probably a much bigger question, but many institutions are going to only housing freshmen. And then you're really, you're responsible for your own housing from that point on, which interestingly enough drives private sector to come in and actually do, the development. Is that ever something we look at? Have you had experience with that, Leslie, in your side of the thing? And do you see that trend happening across the country, or is that just me as an unfortunate parent of 3 kids that went to university?
And your children went to universities in demand, and that's what leads that to. I want Sean to speak to Pullman specific because he'll know that. But yes, nationally, that's not unusual. Large institutions, particularly big flagships who are attracting out-of-state residents, tend to be willing to pay a higher price for everything, whether that be tuition and their living experience. And so you are seeing the private developer market come in and fill that need. And the challenge is they fill it for a period of time in most cases, and then they don't. And I've seen that a lot of institutions have just a first year requirement because they simply can't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity, don't want to have the capacity, but they're also focusing on, you tell me as a student affairs professional if I'm accurate in this, the biggest change is that high school to college first year. But then after that, they kind of want to be on their own. And so colleges are responding to that too and saying, okay, go off into the private market. The challenge is, and I had a college student in this place too, they have to make that decision in September or October. They barely got to college and they already have to figure out where they're going to live the next year. So I think that's a challenge. You're seeing, I think at some institutions too, their debt that they issue for their own housing is contingent on having at least a 1 year, if not a 2 year requirement. So I'm not sure that you won't start to see the 2 year add-on if they refresh their facilities with their own debt, because they'll have to commit that to the bond payment.
In I believe it was the May meeting in 2022, we had an external consultant that came and spoke with this group. And one of the items that did bring out is that private money in the Pullman market specifically had softened. And they were also the group that had recommended to us that our tier 1 facilities and elite, our suite style living was undervalued and underpriced. So we have taken those recommendations and moving forward, partially why our tier 1 groups have seen some significant price increases. But then also listening to their advice of what the Pullman market itself means in terms of the private market. Specifically, there have been some new developments that have gone almost unfinished in the Pullman market. I think where they have found renters to fill some of those voids, where I think there was the anticipation of students, has been a lot of Schweitzer growth or growth from Pullman Regional Hospital, specifically some of the properties that were built on the exterior of Pullman town. We certainly also see is, and Leslie touched on that first year being such an important year for retention, and why we have the first year live-in rule. And we're able to meet our first year need students with our current capacity, and then also using some of our more tired facilities to take them offline right now. But the other part in terms of the Pullman market and where we fit into location really matters, even in our small town. And everybody thinks, some of these ones on the exterior of town have their own buses and they come in, and they just felt students would flock there because of the amenities and new constructions. Our apartments are sitting at about a 92 to 93% occupancy rate. We, on all of our, especially our newer residence halls, will get eight applications for one room. And so students like to live in love the convenience. And Sophie will tell you, as a current striped param resident, okay,
and south,
okay,
which I understand hasn't changed in the 52 years since I've been going. So yeah,
it looks remarkably similar.
Is it? Yeah.
But
okay.
I think the convenience of living on campus is still very much a draw. All of the support items, and when we talk about also support for our students and the things that they need, the proximity of campus is really important. So even if the private market does try to get in, the actual location is very critical, and on campus is on campus. Near campus is always a little different still.
Okay. Should we go to the next future action item? Any more questions on that?
Can I just, Sophie, we don't often have the opportunity to have students in front of us, and we love that. And so I just want to just take a minute, and I know that we are over schedule, but could you tell us a little bit about yourself? And let me just say, we're so appreciative of you being here and being able to share your experience with this particular process too.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. I love talking about myself. I'm so honored to be here. I understand that it's kind of a new process to have students present, but I think it's a great initiative on the like the projection of the Board of Regents meetings, because we are really so excited to have any input in such a huge institution in the direction that you choose to move forward in. So I'm so excited to be here. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a transfer student from the West Side, actually, from Bellevue Community College, which is right around here. And I did Running Start, which is the state-funded program where you can do college in high school. And I did that for about 2 years. And I worked a little bit after that. And I had these wonderful coworkers that were Cougs. And that was kind of the main reason that I decided to go to WSU, and it has been such a wonderful experience. I decided to dorm my first year, or my first semester, which was in last January. So it's been 1 year, but this last January, because I really wanted the American college experience. And I think being in straight param has really done that for me. Throughout the, not the dingier parts of the dorm experience, it's really built the community. And I think although there's so many conveniences and advantages to being in a tier 1 dorm, I'm so glad that I chose to be in straight param, because it really bonds you and unites you with the people on your floor and in your building. And I think you can relate to that as well. But it's just, I think there are advantages to any dorm, and it's just been such a wonderful experience. It's I'm a 2nd generation immigrant. So this is our first collective American college experience with my whole family. And my mom came out to Pullman for a new Coug orientation. And it was just kind of a dream come true. So I only have positive things to say about Coug culture, Pullman, the dorm experience.
What do you study?
What school did you go to locally? What high school? And what are you trying to major in or thinking about majoring?
Yeah, I went to Lake Washington High School in Kirkland. I'm trying to think. It's on the not lake side of 405. Through my high school and just middle school, I think, in the Common Core push for women in STEM, I decided to pursue science. So I'm studying biochemistry right now.
And coming to do a postdoc here.
That would be so fun. Yeah. I had a brief experience with Seattle Children's Hospital in a part of an internship program. So I would love to be here. Thank you.
There's always this thing called student regent, so you might look at the application for that.
Thank you. I have a question for the non-student folks at the end of the table. And we certainly have spent some time talking about enrollment. And obviously enrollment and retention are what help us to be able to solve some of our budget challenges. And it's really part of our mission. Sean had spent some time with me, and I saw some of our housing facilities. And so I was curious if you could share if we were to ask you what the priority was in order to help us enroll more students and retain students. Could you share what that might be?
I think, our facilities are aging, and as you can see from the tier 4 facilities, while they hit a price point that I think is very helpful to students, we see the demand on the higher end in terms of recruitment. Saichi has indicated in previous reports, currently on a housing and dining and residential side, that part of our recruitment recruits at a negative. It does. It's a challenge for us to bring students in and say, this is your living quarters, and it'd be a really selling point. So it would help recruitment if we had more newer facilities that we could place students into. In terms of retention, and Sophie touched on it, the community that Resident Life works really hard to build, we see pretty much the same retention rate if you live in a tier 4 hall or a tier 1 hall in terms of first year to second year students, because a lot of the support and the academic support and just community that we can develop occurs in all of those facilities. So, and retention is important to all of us. So I think where we would see probably some of the bigger impacts of, when I say recruitment, would be new students. On the retention side, in terms of staying within the institution, we would also see more students stay within living on WSU's campus. One of the things that we certainly also see now in terms, while they'll stay at the institution, and that's ultimately what we really want, we would be able to retain more dollars in WSU's pocket in terms that they would live with us. But the overall retention rate of first year to second year, the resident hall they live in doesn't have as a significant impact. Does that answer your question, or does that make sense?
It does, yeah, thank you. Just to put a pin on enrollment and new students, I'm hearing new facilities.
Or renovated. I mean, they always help. I mean, if we had a renovated facility, every community Dunkin' Dunn was a renovated facility. The year we brought it online, it immediately became one of the most preferred halls and still maintains that due to its location. So renovated facilities or new construction do have an impact, and we know that to be a fact. And again, we still also, when we get them to campus, and Saichi said that a lot of times, when we get them here, they get excited because they see the other facilities, they see the Cub, they see the SRC and the Chinook, and they get excited. And we don't hide our resident hall experience or the dining centers. And again, I think we, through our programming and staff, outperform our facilities. It's not, but it is not I mean, I don't think anyone would go to Strike Pyramid and say, wow, this is the nicest residence hall I've ever been in. I can't wait to live here. That's just not a reality. But it still becomes a point of, we could do better, and certainly that would help with recruitment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on the chair's probing question, while we had our special guest here, Sophie, is it? Yeah. So welcome. And we often look at ways as an institution that we could fill the gap or offer the opportunity, of which you are walking the path of the 2+2 of someone who started at a community college, and we want to be the finishing landing path. Do you see ways that we could reach out to people like at Bellevue College more, or what could you suggest to us to really fill that gap statewide?
I can only speak to my personal thoughts and experiences in this regard, but I think someone had mentioned that there was little outreach or interest for WSU in one of the counties. Was it Kitsap County? I don't remember, somewhere in the West, but I think that's true. I really had no kind of exposure to WSU prior to being in the workforce. And I think that was a big blessing for me, but also not like the most common experience, especially being in the West Side. There's a big emphasis on just proximity, which is the University of Washington. So that was always like my top consideration. Yeah, I don't know that there's anything specific that I can speak to that would increase engagement or enrollment, but I think, yeah, being involved in the college fairs in the high schools on the West Side would just be that much more exposure. And I don't think there's a lack of interest in general per se, but just maybe a lack of knowledge and kind of maybe accessibility in that regard. I didn't really see myself as a Coug before. So and I would love to see more Cougs from the West Side. If there's any engagement part, I think that would be great. In high schools and community colleges, there are always people wanting to be Cougs in their hearts.
Okay, if you think of more things along the way, please share them.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you very much for sharing your perspective with us and being here. we have a lot more on our agenda still. So we're gonna run a little over. I'm gonna give you that 30-minute mark and just ask everyone to sort of plan ahead here because we still have many topics to go over. So Leslie, I'm just gonna turn it over to you and you can flow through each of the items.
Thank you. Items 3 and 4 are together-ish, and this group is the same group that will present those. They really are here as a placeholder, though, in this budget or in this agenda, as they are future action for next meetings to be action items. Sean or Jenna, do you want to speak to these?
On the both fees will go through their process this spring. Student groups and departments that receive those funds are going through their planning stages, advisory boards developing their budgets. Those hearings, those budgets or those requests will be done in the next few weeks. We'll go to those committees for review. Those committees will create the recommendations and then the allocation amounts, and we'll bring those for future action item in April. The only slightly difference, this used to be done in May and now will be done in April.
And those are for each campus. Every campus has their own SNA student-led committee, and they'll make recommendations.
Placeholder next time. Okay. All right, the next item, I brought Tony Oppen back up here. Item number 5 is the undergraduate technology fee committee allocation, also a placeholder as a future action for the action later on. Hit it.
Yes, and there's two parts of it. And I think just yesterday, the students voted to renew the $20 per semester enrollment fee again for the coming year. The other part of it coming forward is the allocation of basically the amounts that were captured last year. And there's a list of projects by which you will see that the student-led committee, of which I've been part of since its inception, once again did a wonderful job on it.
Okay, great. So we're gonna, thank you for that. We're gonna shift from fees to a different topic and pivot into practices and procedures in health and safety. So I think we have guest speakers there as well.
We do. We have Danielle Hess, who is joining us on the big screen behind us. Danielle?
Good afternoon. If we're really short for time, I could just let the written materials speak for themselves, or I could spend 5 minutes total going over both of them, whatever is most helpful.
5 minutes.
Got it. Okay, well, I've got 2 future action items, number 6 and 7. They're both proposed revisions to WSU's administrative code rules. For context, state law requires that state agencies, including institutions of higher education, use the Administrative Procedures Act rulemaking procedures to enact rules in certain areas, including procedures for hearings and rules that apply to the general public that could impact legal rights or benefits. So the rulemaking process is more lengthy and formal than normal policy making. It requires publication in the Washington Register, public notice, and a comment period and a public hearing, as well as Board of Regents approval in most areas, parking being an exception that has been delegated to the president. So the first future action item is proposed revisions to WAC Chapter 50404 Practice and Procedure, relates to how WSU conducts administrative hearings. WSU student conduct regulations allow attorneys, including legal interns who are licensed in any state, to represent students in conduct board hearings. However, our general hearing regulations in 50404 require attorneys and legal interns to be licensed in Washington. So the proposed amendment basically removes the Washington specific licensure requirement from 50404, makes the 2 chapters consistent, and helps ensure a broader available pool of representatives in WSU hearings. We had our public hearing on January 9th, and there were no oral or written comments received. The second future action item is proposed revisions to WSU's health and safety regulations, specifically those related to spectator safety at WSU events. They were developed with a subcommittee of WSU's Risk Management Advisory Group. They were vetted by the full RMAG group, as well as the Risk Management Executive Committee. That revision rewords the rule to update titles and make more system-oriented throughout. We added express authority for security screening, including metal detection and use of video security systems. We also added authority for WSU to bar re-entry to events. We revised the clear bag policy to include accommodations for medical and infant supplies and to allow WSU officials discretion in whether to implement the clear bag requirements for smaller events. Had a public hearing on January 4th. No oral or written comments were received. So the plan would be to bring both of these back to the Regents for action at the March meeting. And that's it.
Any questions?
Yeah, I was curious if
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
She wants to know if you can move it to tomorrow
for an action.
for an action item. Anything else?
We have had some public hearings. I think for this one, we would be better off postponing until March, given the way that the process is set.
Okay, so we'll hold it off until March, right? Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Danielle.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to shift topics over to ratification of residency agreements, and we've got Chancellor DeWald back.
So we appreciate the time in the former meeting to get into some depth about the funding of residency programs. And I think that you have had opportunity to look at that. What we do is we attempt to be clear in the MAA and the financial services agreement, but we are seeking to zero sum or to cover costs other ways. So this is not direct funds that we are asking for your approval to the institution. So if you have any questions, glad to do that. We are hoping for approval for delegated authority for Executive Vice President and Kirk. So it would be Executive Vice President Bonelli and Kirk Schultz, President. Isn't that cool?
Just a Kirk. President.
Okay, so this was a future action item that we're proposing becomes an action item for tomorrow that we do want to bring up to vote. With that clarification, are there any questions from the other regents here?
What we committed to at the meeting in November, that when the Regents meeting is in Spokane, which it is in April, is in Spokane, that's when Daryl will do the recap of each of the residency agreements each year.
Yes.
Okay, if there are no objections, we'll take this as an action item for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So for the final future action item,
Did yours die too? Mine did too. I thought I was taking it personally. It's not you. Okay, we're moving forward to our last of the future action items, and we're joined by Olivia Yang, Mary Rezak, and our architect, who is
Alan Schumacher.
Thank you. Yes, I knew that. To talk about the Voiland College of Education Engineering, the Schweitzer Engineering Hall, and he has a presentation for us, which you have the clicker.
Yes, and if we may, before we start with the presentation, I want to give you an update on the project. There are two things I'd want to let you know about. We were last before you in September when you approved the project budget at $76.2 million. That was based on $40 million from the state, $36.2 million of pledges received to date. We are happy to report that today we have Mary has reached her goal of $40 million based on pledges received, calculated interest, and accrued interest. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that during the design, the college, with support from their donors, wanted to try to maximize the space, the size of the building. And so we developed a scheme where we used a core and shell and tenant improvement approach. So we within the $80 million original target. So what we did is we built a bigger box, if you will. The corn shell is bigger. And based on the 80 million, we would be able to finish 59% of the space of the inside. And so the college has increased their fundraising goal by up to $5 million more so that we can finish the rest of the building. So that's our story, and I can jump off to the architect, Alan, to make the presentation.
There we go.
Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Dean Rizak, for being here. A few minutes on the project. It's an interesting site. It's currently a parking lot. As you can see at the tail end of college in Spokane, it is sort of a quadrant of campus that is undeveloped. And yet I think for this particular opportunity, it has the opportunity to transform this position and help re-energize the Voiland College of Engineering and Architecture and really take advantage of this tremendous gift opportunity for WSU. The site has an interesting collection of university buildings over the years that are necklaced or brocaded around it, I would say. It has about a 26-foot pitch across its site for us. Most of the buildings in the precinct immediately do not have a major public face, and the opportunity with this program, which is really around student success and energy for the college, is really will, we believe, provide energy to help energize that tail end of College Avenue, which is a critical connector across campus, and really bring together the college itself and provide a landing spot, a home, if you will, and a place for students to reside, as well as present a new Western face for WSU, for the college towards the downtown Pullman, if you will, in that context. So really interesting site and opportunity. The site has the ability to yield a couple of buildings over time. We are using the westernmost part of the block. The intermediate portion of the block is a new open space component, which has good southerly exposure and the potential to connect to the traditional landscapes to the north as well as to College and really connect into the landscape system. The principal entries across this grade are at both the east end of the building, which is on the right, and the western end, which is on the left at the upper side. And those are really one to the right, or the east being the front door, the lower one to the west, really connecting to Dana Hall, the existing engineering, teaching, and research laboratory facilities, and really bringing in students and family from that part of the campus into the building as well. So it's sort of a double-edged building that allows us to collect those energies. It helps define the edge of Spokane, which is a major traffic conductor, but it has a chance to shape the future of the campus as well, but provides a real gateway there. Some standard service and logistics are taken care of to the south on Columbia, which again is a growing connector across the campus as we move it towards the east. And then really that, as I mentioned, that open space directly to the east is an important part of how the building's situated. Very simple shape, simple square, efficient, functional as an engineering building should be, no nonsense. The building navigates some grade on site. There's a lot of good old fashioned basalt below grade. It allows us to nestle different programmatic portions. You can get a sense of the grade from Spokane on the left to the mid block, if you will, on the east. That allows us to nestle in mechanical. There's a large 200+ cohort classroom that really allows us to bring the engineering students together in a home so they can begin to have a place to reside that feels that's theirs for their 4 or 5 or 6 years they do on campus in that. The second floor is really more social. You'll see there's a living room, cafe, learning center, et cetera. And then really a quieter upper floor, if you will, in terms of the program. 3 simple diagrams here that describe the floor plan. Lower left is Spokane. You can see the large classroom. There's makerspace, student project classroom down there. That's what really a student realm. The second level, floor level 2, contains a living room, a cafe, and importantly, a welcome center in the center of that plan as well as a learning center and student success spaces for career services, advising, and entrepreneurship, as well as an event space that services that lobby as well. So it's really a living room front door to bring the college together. And then finally, the level 3 contains additional classroom space, a club hub for engineering student activities, as well as additional quiet space for students to hang out and study at campus, as well as administrative and conference spaces. Quick snapshots of the progress of the architecture, really focusing on those 2 primary front doors to the east and to the west. This is along College, down at the corner of Spokane. Simple, straightforward architecture that really tries to build upon the very simple components that are the neighbors of the building and really bring out the best. There's a chance to kind of help bring all the architecture together here with this new building and bring a kind of sense of transparency and vibrancy to the strength of the engineering and architecture functions here on campus. And again, it allows us to think about a front door on the east side where we have the landscape space, activating College on that north facade, as well as a simple south facade with some landscape components as well. So it looks to do a number of things in activating this new edge of campus. A couple of snapshots of the interior. Again, engineering, architecture on display, simple structural systems. We're looking at exposed structure and mass timber decking. The lobby on the left from Spokane and on the right from the Upper East component of the building, but really creating a learning laboratory, if you will, for components within the building, and ultimately trying to create that home that helps retain and attract students and bringing them together on this campus and really build something that is sorely needed in terms of energy. And really, you have a great set of diverse older buildings that will really feed off the energy this building might bring to campus. So with that, I close and would yield to any other further comments here. Yeah.
There.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. We're happy to take any questions you may have or not.
Such a wonderful addition to that side of campus. So ready for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think I just want to reiterate what Alan shared about this really being a student-focused building. I think it goes along with the conversation you've been having today. We've worked really hard to improve first-year retention rate in the college, but we're doing it in buildings that were built in the 1940s and not designed for this current generation of students. So excited to have the opportunity to make this investment and are really interested, have been really fortunate to have students involved in the process of the design, and I'm really looking forward to the opening in a couple of years.
I just wanted to offer thanks to you, Mary, for your vision and your persistence on getting the funding together for this. And I also wanted to acknowledge this is Mary's last Board of Regents meeting with us, since she will begin her position as the University of Kansas new dean of their School of Engineering on March 1st. So before we can continue the conversation, but I did want to acknowledge and hope you will come back and see the building in a couple of years when it's all done.
Well, I really, really appreciate that. And I will miss this institution dearly. It's a really unique opportunity for me. I get to go home and be close to multiple generations of family. And those opportunities don't come up very often. And I am excited for it, but I will miss it. And you're going to have to beat me away with a stick to not be there at the grand opening. I'm very much looking forward to it. I think it will have a really significant impact on the community and on the campus, and very, very
happy to have had the opportunity to work with a really good group of people to make it happen.
It's a wonderful legacy.
Yeah.
Does this work? Here, I'll switch out.
Yeah. Okay, well, just really quickly, we're going to transition to our two action items, very important action items. So we want to set that up well for tomorrow. So Leslie, back over to you.
Thank you so much. And I think we might have Chris Jones joining us again on the screen. Should we have any questions? So this is our tuition request for fiscal 24-25, the academic year that starts next year. As you recall, we are able to bring this forward to you earlier because the cap from the state was received so much earlier. So this is the third time that you've heard this discussion. We won't belabor the details of it, but we had it as an information item in September and a future action item in November. I do want to call your attention to, in the information sheet that accompanies the item, there are two things that aren't quite clear here. You recall that we just had the discussion about the School of Medicine, the College of Medicine. That is a future action today, is not an action today for tomorrow. But also I wanted to point out that since the November meeting, the College of Pharmacy asked that we take their request away. So they are no longer requesting an increase. You saw in a previous discussion, their numbers are down significantly, and they do think that perhaps not increasing the tuition might be one avenue to bolstering their enrollment. And can you go to my presentation? Kyle, thank you. Oh, great. And you saw Chris there for a second. You know what your tuition setting authority is. I'm going to go to the changes that have occurred since we last talked about this. One, the Higher Education Price Index, the corollary to the CPI, is final for last year. It's published in the month of December each year, and it actually went down from the last time we talked. It was 4.4%. It went down to 4%. For those of us that live in the higher ed world, we're like, how did inflation go down? CPI is about 6.3, 6.5 right now. This is a smoothed number across the nation. And what's interesting is in the market basket of goods that makes up this number for higher ed, the thing that went down that caused it to start drifting south is that utilities went down. Now, those of us who live in Washington know, but that's really not our experience. So I think that we're a little bit different from the HEPI just because of that. But at a minimum, we know that the Higher Education Price Index is about 4%. These are the same numbers that you have seen previously for our undergrad and grad students based on their whether they are resident students, whether they are in the global campus. The increase for our resident students is $329. It's a 3% increase. The increase for our graduate resident students is $380, also a 3% increase. And you know what, to your point, Regent McDonald, you mentioned the capping out point. I forgot that it was on the slide. You'll see that rates shown are the full-time annual rates for students enrolled between 10 and 18 hours. So when they hit that 19th hour, and you'd be surprised at the number of our students who do take 19 and more credit hours, we'll call that the free rate because they are not paying at that point.
Is it the same fee for 10 credits as it is for 18?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That was kind of the.
That in the middle.
Don't cost anything above the 10.
Right. We talked about the College of Medicine, the 3% increase. That again is an action for next time. The Applied Economics requested increase. This is a per credit hour program. It's not a cohorted program, so it's per credit hour. It's a 2.6% increase. For your information, you've seen this before. This is the history of the increase, both in terms of percentage and in terms of dollars, but this is far more interesting to look at. You'll see that our proposed increase at $11,305. If you look back all the way to 2012, 2013, 10 years ago, unadjusted for inflation, we're very much still in that place. That's of course because the state of Washington had us reduce tuition by 5% in 15-16 and then by 10% in 16-17. But in terms of real dollars, we are pretty comparable. And I appreciate Regent Shetler bringing up the tuition affordability discussion we had last meeting in the Strategic Planning and Operational Excellence Committee meeting, because that's really what informs this. What we also have this time now is the student feedback. And thank you, Regent American. We I met with the students along with Kelly Westhoff back in November and went through our budget presentation, talked about our sources and uses, what our needs are for tuition, and we allowed them the opportunity to come back and provide us with a resolution of where they felt about tuition. You have that in your packet. While they are supportive of a tuition increase, they did ask that we keep the tuition increase to 2.5%. I don't want to put you on the spot, Regent Marroquin, but do you have anything that you'd like to offer? So I know that they wanted to reach out to you as well. If your mic works. Here.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Powell. I was able to meet with the Student Government Council, and really what they had was a really fruitful discussion about what it means to have a tuition increase. To look at the approach as a holistic view. What is the needs? Why the increase? I think we had a fruitful discussion even before we had invited you to come over. And I think it really helped spark information about, what is the importance of the fee? And really I think to summarize the conversation best is the students really understand the importance and the need of a fee, but to be considerate of where we are as students and where the funds are coming from, and to be considerate of the students and their needs and what that means in terms of tuition dollars and tuition rates. So there's an understanding of their needs, of why the increase is needed. But of course, how can we reach a middle level where we're, reaching an understanding from all perspectives is, I think, the strongest piece of information that I could bring over is we understand there's a need for a tuition increase, but how can we meet in the middle and really lessen instead of going for the straight shot 3%? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion before I move on? We've talked about the enrollment trends. I'm not going to belabor that. We just had that discussion. But in terms of budget development, once we have this in place and financial aid is able to package for the students, we'll start. You can't hear me? I have to use this. This is really dangerous. It's not on, I don't think. All right, I'll just talk really, really loud and I'll wrap up very quickly. We're in the middle of our budget development cycle. So thank you.
See if that one.
Thank you so much. I now have like 3 of these. This is amazing. Using this information for tuition, you can see without the tuition increase, we would have a deficit of more than $3 million. With the tuition increase, we expect to receive approximately $3 million from that tuition increase. That's considering the resulting decline in enrollment that we expect for next year, but also some additional waivers that we're putting on the table to incent students to arrive at WSU. And that's really all I had to say. And thank you for the mic for that second.
Any further discussion on the tuition? Any questions? Okay, so our second action item then is with Mike Connell. We'll be looking at proposed policy amendments to the Foundation Investment Committee. Huh? Sure, okay, we'll go back.
Particular point, just to ask a policy question on, we have started doing these over 3 meetings where we sort of, introduce it. It's a future action item, then an action item. Just before we kind of go past, I think it'd be worthwhile maybe tomorrow or sometime to provide feedback to myself and Leslie and others about, do you like that? Is it good to be able to do it over multiple meetings prior to coming to a vote and things like that? So not looking for feedback this second as much as I just want to make sure that as we look again next year, that if people like the extended period of time and it gives you more time to think through it, we want to make sure that we adopt that as a positive policy moving forward. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We, to kind of reinforce Kirk's point, we went through the proposed changes
at our last meeting. And so I welcome any questions any of you may have regarding those changes. And then I'll just take a minute on a related topic. In our preparation meeting, Regent Ramos, you mentioned we often have public comment regarding fossil fuels and the possibility of divestiture. And you politely suggested, Mike, is there any activity that comes on the back end of those public comments? Because we don't comment on public comment in the Regents meeting. So I will acknowledge two things. I am comparing calendars right now with a member of the WSU team. I believe he's a staff member who requested a meeting relative to divestiture in the fossil fuel space. He'll probably bring a couple students with him. He has testified a couple times in the public comment period. So that meeting is likely to be happening not next week, but the week after. It's just a scheduling thing. And then some of you know that there was a very peaceful march on the Pullman campus from a group of students that I will generally refer to as pro-Palestinian. And after they made it to Elizabeth's office, they did inquire about potentially modifying investments in the endowment. Elizabeth politely sent them to me. I had a very good meeting with two students last week. And I think it's likely they'll provide me a proposal or a suggestion, which I will take to the investment committee. The investment committee meets in February. And so I just wanted to follow up on your comment, Regent Ramos, relative to action on the kind of on the tail end of public comment, and then affirm to Elizabeth that I have engaged with that group and will continue those conversations. And again, Regent Redmond is the Regent rep to the investment committee. And so she's in the loop on all of this as well. The investment committee meets in February. So with that, back to the broader question of happy to address any questions relative to the proposed changes to the investment policy statement and spending rate.
Any questions? Okay. Well, I do appreciate you making it visible that we do take action when we listen to the community, when they give us feedback at the public comment period. And there were several of us that took action after that input. And we have connected the dots with Regent Redmond and you as the CEO of the foundation. And so we just appreciate that teamwork. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so these action items will come before the board for consideration at tomorrow's Board of Regents meeting. This concludes the Finance and Administration Committee meeting. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Schauer.
Well, I really appreciate your leadership, Regent Ramos, in concluding this meeting only minutes after 5 p.m. And I really want to demonstrate my appreciation to the team. I mean, Leslie, you've been up here the entire time and you have done an amazing job. I think there were some goals that you mentioned when you began your time at WSU that you have actually been able to accomplish in the short period of time that you've been here, and have had a few curveballs thrown your direction that may have been distracting and taken a bit of your time. So deep appreciation for everything that you've done, and the collaboration between athletics and certainly our finance team with Regent Ramos, with the groups that you have involved. Really appreciate what you're doing. So thank you. We are at the time of the meeting where we conclude our committee meetings and head into tomorrow, a full board meeting. Regent Shetler, you've been on the video screen for the entire day. I just wanted to, before we conclude today, is there any, it's hard to be the person on video and not find space to be able to add any input or feedback. So is there anything you might want to share before we close the meeting?
Well, thank you, Chair Schauer. It's been a very, very big meeting. There's been so many incredible topics that have been discussed today, so many that are core to what we do at the university and the importance of the university and our broader community. So it was great to be a part of it. I'm really proud of all the work that everybody has done. They've just done phenomenal work, and in many things that they've demonstrated today, there was lots of what I would call operational excellence. I've seen the bar be raised quite a bit over the last several years. So it's been great to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Shetler. So at this time, we will convene the committee meetings and we will be back together tomorrow, Friday, January 26th at 9 a.m. in this room. So thank you, everyone, and enjoy the evening. Go Cougs.